just anyone. I'd rather keep my hood up, walk the world alone, and make it on my own. Then you claim that you're the reason that I got where I'm going. And I'm not interested in settling for the hell of it. All these people want convenience, I want more. The wolf is howling at the door. And now it's up to the clock before the last lock hits the floor. Wait, you got in my way. Think I finally got it figured out. You can take a seat, oh please, I'm busy. I don't wanna let you let me down. I don't wanna let you let me down. Take a seat, oh please, I'm busy now. Handing me a water. My hands are on my shoulders, got the belt, crown myself the winner. It's just the way you keep on talking about yours while I'ma make mine. And I'm the first one in the morning and stay late night. And you can get your tickets, watch me from the sidelines. Cause you're not even in the competition. Why should I listen to someone without a vision who has no backbone and isn't here for me at all? Yeah, they just praying and waiting on the downfall. You can't get comfortable where you are. Wait, you got in my way. Think I finally got it figured out. You can take a seat, oh please, I'm busy. I don't wanna let you let me down. I don't wanna let you let me down. Take a seat, oh please, I'm busy.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the C stream for the Esports World Cup Rainbow Six Siege. I'm Harrison, as always, joined by John. And John, for us, it's about 5:45 a.m. How are you doing on this very early morning for us?
Honestly, I'm not tired at all. I mean, I usually wake up around this hour to begin with for most days for work, and I'm just really excited to be here. We didn't get to cast the open qualifier or the closed quals together, so I'm really happy to be here at, just shy of 6 a.m.
Yeah, I'm sure all the teams are excited to be there too. Over in Riyadh, of course, we're remote, but we've got 16 teams who are trying to compete for the title of Esports World Cup champs in Rainbow Six. BDS being one of them. They're looking to go back to back to back here in Saudi.
Yeah, this would be their third run. And to begin with that as well, Harrison, they have been flawless. They won 3-0 against M80 in the last time they played up inside of Gamers 8. And they also went 3-0 against Falcons. Not only that, but they've been major champs as well back in a couple of past few years. So they are doing phenomenal so far in Siege.
Yeah, nice to see, too, the EWC open it up to more teams, because the past Gamers 8 tournaments, right, we're only 8 teams now. We've doubled. We're on 16. We've got more regions coming as well, and we can go ahead and take a look at how those qualifiers shaped up and who is here in Riyadh.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
The new trophy system for EWC, really unique. I don't think there's a single esports system that has, not only the totem and stuff, but being able to choose the broken trophies of your opponent to put on as like almost like a hunter's trophy, right? Like mounting a deer head on the wall. You take whoever your biggest rival. I guarantee if like SSG or DZ ends up winning this thing, one of them is going on that trophy for sure. If only like G2 was here, I bet if BDS ends up going to 3-time, they would have put G2s right front and center of that trophy. That's a really cool feature.
That or, Furia, formerly known as W7M, they had a lot of rivalry internationally against G2. That'd be another great one. In terms for North America, yeah, they've got plenty of friendly banter that they tend to do in all chats. So I'll be really excited when we get a chance to cast some of those North American teams later on in the morning. And we've also mentioned, Harrison, that we've had a couple of new teams introduced in LAN as well for this. This is like the first time for some teams.
Yeah, absolutely, especially LG. This is all 5 of those players. Yep. This is their very first international event. They'll be competing for $2 million. And the first one that LG as an org has been at for Siege, I think, since DreamHack back in like 2019, something like that. Speaking of orgs, EWC also introducing a little mini tournament system between the organizations themselves, and we've got a little video to explain that as well.
4 weeks of Esports World Cup action have gone by, and what a month we've had. The last week saw the conclusion of 3 tournaments: PUBG Mobile, Overwatch 2, and the MLBB Women's Invitational. And with that, we're back again with yet another update to the Club Championship. With a whopping $20 million on the line here at Riyadh, teams will have to shift into top gear as we approach the halfway mark. Let's dive in to see how the table moved with last week's scores added to the tally. Falcons extended their massive lead at the top by another 550 points thanks to 2 top 4 finishes in the week. This takes their tally to a massive 3,500 points, showing just how dominating they've been at the Esports World Cup. While their PUBG Mobile team was a shocking early exit from the competition, the team was able to pick up points at the MLBB Women Invitational and Overwatch 2. Despite not fielding any teams in the 4th week of the competition, Team Liquid and Natas Vincia hold on to their 2nd and 3rd spots respectively. Both teams will have chances in the coming week, however, with rosters in Rainbow Six Siege and Apex Legends. A top 8 finish in the MLBB Women's Invitational netted Gaiman Gladiators 20 points, allowing them to close the gap to the top 3 spots. For now, they maintain their 4th spot in the table. The 5th position is where we see the competition really heat up, with 5 teams tied at 1,000 points each. Alpha 7, Crazy Raccoon, and Omega Esports are the 3 new entrants in the spot, having won the PUBG Mobile World Cup, Overwatch 2, and MLBB Women's Invitational respectively. T1 and Selangor Red Giants maintain their position thanks to wins in League of Legends and the MLBB Mid-Season Cup in the past weeks. Crazy Raccoon will be in contention at the Apex Legends tournament in Week 5, but are out of the running for the top spot. T1 are the only team from this list who have a shot theoretically, but they must wait out until Week 5, where they won't be part of the competitions. With 13 more titles left to be played out, a lot of teams can still catch up to Falcons at the top. Week 5 will see competitions in Apex Legends, Rainbow Six Siege, and Honor of Kings. Keep tuning in and follow the biggest esports competition ever here at the Esports World Cup.
Falcons, what I believe is a relatively newer organization, completely taking over at the EWC, leading the pack right now in that organization tournament. And then they mentioned, Team Liquid and Navi being up there as well. Team Liquid, who will be competing in Rainbow Six with their Brazilian roster.
And it's really shocking, too, that Falcons have not only dominated in other games, but they used to be a really formidable force for Gamers 8 in the past as well. Remember, they played up against BDS all the way in the grand finals a couple years back. So, although they're not here in our favorite game, it's still really impressive to see them dominate elsewhere.
Yeah, they used to be super dominant in their home region, too, in MENA, but Geekay has really taken the crown in the local region. But we want to find out the format, exactly how the Rainbow Six tournament is going to shape up here at the Esports World Cup. 16 total teams. As we've mentioned before, they've been divided into 2 separate groups of 8. And John, all upper bracket matches are going to be BO1s. Once you move into that lower, you're playing BO3s for elimination.
Yeah, it'll be a pretty good litmus test for some of the newer teams that are being introduced in this LAN environment to see how well they can perform against some veteran teams. I like the fact that for EWC, we have a variety of both teams that are brand new to the LAN environment and teams that have been here countless times before and don't seem nervous at all.
Oh, yeah, and we'll have, of course, 4 teams moving in from each side of that group. That'll be an 8-team playoff bracket. Single elim, BO3s all the way up into a BO5 final, which it sure do. We always love single elim BO5 finals with no advantage.
Yeah, it'll be interesting as well to maybe even have that grand final atmosphere for people who, like I said, are brand new, not only for BO3s, but maybe having a map pool weakness could maybe shine some possible areas of improvement if they make it that far. Again, Falcons, when they started playing for Gamers 8, they were a formidable force inside of MENA, but when they went up against those top-notch teams, going 0-3, it definitely showed that they had a lot of room for improvement in their bright future.
And we've got another quick video for you guys as well.
The stage is set for Rainbow Six Siege to take the spotlight in Riyadh for the 3rd year in a row. This time, it's going to be even bigger. But before we kick off, let's dive into the journey of how our favourite teams actually got here. In Europe, familiar giants BDS Esports clinched their tickets to Saudi Arabia for the 3rd time in a row. Let's not forget, they not only took part in Gamers 8 before, but they've managed to win it back-to-back. Into the Breach lost their round 2 game against another French qualifier in Wolves, but beat Team Secret and became the UK's only representatives. North American qualifiers, just like Europe, had 3 slots in their closed qualifiers. DarkZero didn't even lose a single map and made it first. Luminosity had a rough beginning against M80, but all in all, everything turned out well for them. They've beaten our previous Gamers 8 contenders, Space Station Gaming, who will also join NA teams after crushing Sonics 2-0. the list of North American teams ready to compete is exceptional. Brazil loves R6 with a mutual feeling. With such a perfect symbiosis, it could have only led us to one conclusion. They are the strongest region out of them all, where 4 teams will be representing the land of the Amazon. But to get there, FaZe had to beat NIP and Fluxo. W7M Esports struggled at first against E1, but finally sneaked into KSA for the second time in a row after their win over Black Dragons. 2 other spots were granted in the lower bracket matches. These were won respectively both by Team Liquid and what must be the most famous Brazilian esports org, Furia. 6 out of 9 regions were granted only 1 spot each on their route to Riyadh. Down Under will be represented by Team Bliss, who qualified first. Scars will be your Japanese choice, followed by PSG Talon from South Korea, Geekay Esports in MENA, Lead Esports representing Asia, and last but not least, Team Cruelty, standing for the Latin America region. And there you have it, the 16 teams in all their glory, each one ready to carve their name in esports history. The Esports World Cup 2024 for Rainbow Six Siege is shaping up to be an unmissable event, so stay tuned.
That's how the qualifiers worked out. As we mentioned before, LG being the only team here, actually, who, as a full 5, are coming to their very first LAN. I just noticed every single team that's here so far were either at the Manchester Major or SI this past February.
Yeah, and we'll quickly gloss over the format as well, just to get everyone familiar, with how we're running things. If you are able to remain flawless in your upper bracket, you will only be playing in a best-of-1 series. If you're knocked out early, in the beginning of the morning, you will move downward into BO3, and if you lose that game, you are out completely. Each group that proceeds into that top 4 position will then advance into playoffs, and that could lead you all the way up into the best of 5 grand finals, which we highlighted just a little bit earlier, that some of those newer teams like Luminosity, they could struggle greatly if they end up exceeding that far inside of EWC, Harrison.
Yeah, but all these other teams having a lot of, not a lot, but having some international LAN experience. The more recent additions to that roster being like Into the Breach, Cruelty as well from the Manchester Major. We saw Bliss starting to compete on the world stage. They've kind of become that new Aussie giant. Today, on our stream, we've got DarkZero versus Geekay Esports up first, NA versus MENA, and then another NA team, Luminosity, like we said, the newcomers, up against the best team in Oceania in Team Bliss.
After that as well, we will face off with the winner of BDS versus Cruelty in another best-of-1 series. SSG, W7M are their rivals for that game as well, depending on who wins. But speaking of Luminosity and Bliss,
oh, sounds like John maybe has some tech issues, but our match of the day is going to be LG versus Bliss. Figured that this is probably going to be the closest of the 2 games. Again, LG, very, very first international appearance. Bliss seemed to be getting better and better. So 1 for Bliss, really want to be able to beat an NA team, something that I believe they have yet to do. LG, on the other hand, looking for their very first international win in their very first international tournament. That would be a big confidence boost for them if they're able to get that under their belt.
Absolutely. And even for Bliss, although they have a lot of experience inside of international play and domestic play, they have plenty of weaknesses alongside that as well. But we'll take a look at our first match of the day. It's DarkZero Esports. You guys are pretty familiar with this team if you've been around the block inside of Rainbow Six Siege, especially in the North American region. They've been a consistent top 4+ team for years, even going all the way back to the Charlotte Major back in 2022 when they introduced their new pickup of Panvazoo. He dominated the scoreboard and made the rest of the region look just like second place. They were just laps behind DarkZero at that time, and they've still been holding on strong since, Harrison.
Yeah, they've definitely been the most consistent NA team, with M80 being up and down, SSG most recently in Manchester having a lot of struggles, going out 0-3 in the Swiss stage, like you said, consistent top 4. They were top 4 at Manchester. They were 5th, 6th, SI 2024. And like you said, 2022, though, we got to go all the way back to the Charlotte Major that year. That's the last time DarkZero won a LAN event. But now, of course, they've got Nafe, who they competed with in Manchester. And again, just super, super consistent. Definitely right now, the best NA team. And Geekay might have a tough time. Again, top dogs in MENA, but after that initial appearance in Atlanta, Geekay have kind of slowed down a bit. It seems like that was just a lot of them catching people off guard in Atlanta, and now other teams have started to figure them out.
Especially with DarkZero having a lot of capable gunners on their team, I'm really looking at Neskin, Seriously, and Tricked to try to do their best to keep up with DarkZero and not allow them to find any of these free 1vx gunfights that give DarkZero an early lead on their attack. Because GK specifically, they have shown in the past to be a little stall heavy when it comes to their attacking half. So I am really excited to see if GK have found any way to improve since they've played in the close qualifiers.
I think it's going to be a big tug of war between almost opposing completely styles of play, where GK like to go fast. They like to meet you when you walk into the building. They like to take those really, really early gunfights, whereas DZ are very passive. If GK can somehow manage to throw those wrenches into DZ's system, like we often see Brazil and EU teams play against DZ, DarkZero could definitely be caught off guard once again. But if GK can't manage that, DZ's much more complex playstyle is going to slow GK down. Like you mentioned, they already have trouble stalling in their home region. What's going to happen when they're faced once again with that NA complexity that Canadian and DZ love to show? This also being a rematch from earlier this year, the very first game of SI 2024. DZ versus GK. DZ ended up taking it 2-1.
Yeah, in terms of prediction, Harrison, I might need to go with the core roster of DarkZero because they've just been so good for the past few years, whereas GK, although they've also played internationally quite a handful of times and have played inside of, I think they almost played inside of Gamers Day once, if not gotten close, they still have a lot to work on, and they've gone through much larger roster changes in comparison to their NA counterpart of DarkZero. They've had the core 3 of NJR, Pamazoo, Canadian for quite some time, Nafe being added into the mix to be more of a frag-heavy person, and then Bolo also filling that void in more of a flex position, but also knowing where to shoot when needed to. But we're ready to get into our first match of the morning, Harrison. It's Consulate, a back-to-back rematch between DarkZero and GK because they've played here before.
Yeah, it was one of the matches that they played at SI. That original best of 3 was DarkZero winning Chalet 7-5, GK winning Consulate 7-3, and then Labs is the decider. DZ took 7-2. So a rematch that GK actually won on. Now, have they improved since then, especially with the additions of Neskin and Frenchie, or now maybe with DZ having Nafe being a little bit stronger than they showed at SI? Have they turned things around on Consulate more recently? DZ have had a little bit more success. The last times they played it were in the NAL. They were 1-1 on it, beating OXG 7-1 and losing to Beast Coast, eventual Manchester champs, 5-7 in max regulation. Whereas GK have a pretty good record on it. They're 3-2, but the last 2 times they played it were at international events against both CAG and Liquid, and they lost both times.
Jumping into the match at hand, the operator bans are quite interesting. We've seen a big emphasis on the removal of Grim recently in this season, Harrison. He's just so good, having 5 different sets of utility. You've got pocket breaches and EMPs as well if required, and a lot of info with those nano swarms. And he is amazing on this map simply for the cutoff potential he can provide with his gadget. That could almost flatline the ability to do an admin overclear, which is one of the only 2 ways you can attack this bomb site of Meeting Room unless you introduce a Capitao to your lineup. So in this case for DarkZero, because of that Grim ban, they might be opting to go for something a little more direct based on what they're bringing. That Blitz in particular could be a real spearhead if we see him get into the building, for example, by the yellow staircase and just closing that short distance gap against someone important.
Yeah, you mentioned it. That yellow stairs is so important when it comes to pushing without any sort of Grim or without a Capitao trying to get into that plant spot in the corner. Because if you're able to shove your way up yellow and into console, you can still get to the window and end up doing that plant, or sit the planter there to begin with, wait for that blitz to take control, and then you're safe to swing in. Canadian setting up on the roof with his drones. Once they have enough info, maybe send someone up the staircase. Canadian might be looking to drop Skylight.
I like Canadian as well, being the front man of this clear, since he's the main IGL of DarkZero. He can communicate when he wants the rest of his team to push, and maybe hit alert from admin like we're seeing the Deimos of NJR do right now, and having extra utility to help bolster him. And that's a big dodge by NJR. Staying alive in admin for backside pressure and avoiding that C4 is going to be big in the late round.
That was a great attempt from whoever threw that C4, but NJR survives with 30 HP. The Deimos, of course, very important for info, especially on Consulate with how destructible it is. We saw, actually, I believe it was E3 we were watching. It was Thrive playing, where they used that Deimos incredibly effectively down below, and we're floor banging several people, but NJR looking to just push through horizontally. He's got the shotgun out, nade to try and force seriously into him, but instead the fight is won by the Warden. Opening pick of the match goes to Geekay.
Huge opener for Seriously. Logi Bomb going off, trying to make space, but it's not going to do enough for DarkZero right now. Smoke coming out, maybe to avoid any lines of sight here from Bathroom. They're looking to barrel their way in through Con, but they are running low on bodies.
Blitz in, meleeing down Neskin. That's one kill back for DarkZero. Finally, they're on the board. Canadian has to deal with even more bodies, and Trix is dealing with his support, and everybody on DZ is now dead. Seriously, I believe with 3 kills, the Blitz was able to get in, but everyone who was supposed to be pushing behind him were unable to make a dent in the defense.
That is one of the biggest points for GK, is how willing they are to take those 1v1 gunfights. And again, we mentioned this before the match had started. If GK are able to stop DarkZero from taking those advantageous gunfights, they also have a problem with being a little too passive. Typically, the Blitz can help alleviate that problem, but again, if you don't have anybody assisting your shield player, they can easily be snuffed out. Like we saw in Box, Canadian was able to find 1 kill in that round, but instantly traded back, and that was the win condition that DarkZero had, besides their lurk, which again, already dealt with by GK phenomenally, and now they get to go down to basement with a round in their pocket.
Another site where the Deimos can be incredibly useful thanks to all that destruction from above, but DarkZero not too interested in it, at least for now. Rocking both Ace and Thermite. And never mind, Glaz. With Dokkaebi and Blitz, this could be just a straight-up breach rush. There's nothing to stop this hard breach other than a mute jammer. And of course, the Monty that Nath has does have EMPs, but they've swapped off of it. Back to the Blitz. But no double hard breach means we're likely not going to have a 2-side split. They're probably going to send most of their players clearing upstairs and through that garage breach.
Now the real question is, how are they going to deal with this mute jammer? They don't have a lot of explosive utility besides the Ash breaching rounds, so they might need to try and go above to deal with that piece of utility, or just avoid the jammer altogether. Thermite, NJR manages to find a small gap into that double wall, and now they've got a new entryway into the bomb site, but they are still waiting to gather information and maybe get yellow pressure as well, so they can deal with that presence by pillar, which typically allows defensive teams to hold on even if that main wall's opened up into sight.
After mutes change to the spherical area of effect rather than the pillar he had before, the range a little bit nerfed, so you can get around some of those mute jammers on those double walls. In comes Canadian, the spearhead of the attack, along with the Monty. Not many teams are bold enough to rock double shields, because although you have massive presence on the map and map control comes to you at ease, you do lose essentially what is 2 automatic guns. These shields, unless they can get up close and personal, are largely going to be ineffective when it comes to a straight-up gunfight. In come the smokes. C4 could be a response from Seriously. Of course, shields no longer cut through like paper by those C4s, and there's the support from the Blitz we were looking for. Bolo outside the breach cuts down seriously before he could get the kill on Canadian, and the plant going down from Nafe. It'll be successful. Canadian is dead, but his job is done. He took the necessary site control. The plant is down. Nafe is in the corner, now dead thanks to Trixt. And I don't know if this can be covered from the breach. He might be able to just long arm this. Bolo is going to be forced to push in here. He's got 1 kill on Neskin, but Frenchie's just sticking. There's coverage from above, and Geekay in the post plant take round 2.
Phenomenal capitalization by Geekay as well. Once they got rid of Canadian, who was the only person holding down Pillar where the diffuser was planted, they immediately barged their way back into site, going for a retake before they gave DarkZero time to reset. And on top of that, because DarkZero went for a direct play, they did not clear out the top floor, allowing Trixt to play above and watch the open breach. For another thing to boot as well, having that player behind the yellow wall, which was right by the breach, he could look over at the yellow door as well to cover his teammate who was disabling that diffuser. In all honesty, Harrison, for that 3 versus 3 retake, that was phenomenal team play, despite it looking like everybody was so separated by DarkZero once that diffuser had gone down.
Yeah, the mute jammer cutting off that big angle that you usually get from the breach really understated there. So even though they were able to get around it, the mute's still incredibly useful for the end of the round, and of course killing the Monty, an integral kill there. But it looks like GK, I mean, from what I'm seeing, are vastly improved than from where we last saw them in Manchester.
This might have been a small oversight for DarkZero to bring GK to a map they are well familiar with, especially against their opponents in DarkZero, since they have history in international play between each other for Consulate specifically. We got a piano now as a tertiary bomb site for GK. Looks like DarkZero want to clear out from the bottom floor going upwards. Maybe also having some emphasis once again on yellow, just trying to get Canadian into the building as quickly as possible so he can create space and cause chaos so DarkZero can play off of that and once again try to set up a post plant with the help of those Yin Candelas and Gridlock tracks, plus a Glass. If they can utilize that with the smokes, this could be a very formidable foe that GK now has to tussle with.
Bring in Ying Glaz meta back in 2024. I'm here for it.
Yep. All we're missing now is Lion.
We know DZ tend to be a very objective-focused team. It is a big MO of theirs. They have to be careful, though, of those bulletproof cameras. Those can very easily spot out anyone planting in the smoke, and by then you're pretty much a sitting duck. Again, a lot of this is going to be riding on both Bolo and Canadian. Ying to make the space and the Blitz to take it. But they have yet to really pressure out any of these GK defenders from up above. They're completely relying on those flashes and smokes to shut down the vertical angles, but sometimes that can be really difficult. One misplaced flash, and your planter's dead.
Not only that, but seriously playing up above on the Warden. If he's in the right place at the right time, he could simply look over and dodge those smokes essentially with his gadget, but Trick shuts down Canadian before he can even walk into the bomb site. And now the diffuser is in no man's land. DarkZero has to recover, and they have lost their most valuable asset in this round.
At the very least, Panba, the trade on us seriously, who's looking up above. That's the Warden dead, the only guy who would have been able to deal with the Ying. But Nafe is down as well. Trixt is still in the bomb site. Panba is desperately looking for the refrag, but he didn't know Trixt has already crossed. 3 kills for the Capcan. NJR finished off, and Bolo is still on the roof and is now left in a 1 versus 4.
Seems like for Bolo, he's simply playing the waiting game. Maybe allowing DarkZero to communicate, figure out what they're doing wrong, and how they can maybe fix some of their original problems, maybe not introducing the Blitz in play and trying to go for a more methodical approach to the round like we have known DarkZero for years now. This will also allow them to keep their timeout in their back pocket if they need it later, of course, as well. But so far, GK have really punished DarkZero for skipping a couple of crucial steps to their attacking plan, you know, being able to isolate those 1v1 gunfights, killing the Blitz before he can have any major impact in the round. And in this case, closing out the final kill onto Bolo will be a timeout actually confirmed by DarkZero, as they really want to find some rounds before switching sides.
Imperative here that they're able to at least get a couple of attacks. Your goal on any super defensive sided map like Consulate, Oregon, etc. Your goal is always to get at minimum 2 rounds. But through the first 3, I mean, a flawless site rotation from Geekay. If they've done it once, they can do it again. DZ need to figure something out now as we're heading on to the primary bomb sites. So Geekay, if they take console and garage once again, DZ are only left with a single point that they can muster on that tertiary site. Like you said, they've been going very fast and direct, which is obviously they've been known to do, but not really this consistently. And not up against teams like Geekay, who are going to be roaming far afield from the site. They're going to be holding onto those extensions really, really hard. They're not fans of falling back too early. So they've got all this coverage on the bomb site that DarkZero are trying to ignore, but just one small mistake here and there, like not clearing the mute jammer and trying to get around it, giving you less eyes in the site on garage, or Canadian just happening to look the wrong way instead of checking the head holes because they had no info in sight, getting killed by the cap can. And then from there, your spearhead is gone. It's these little tiny itty bitty mistakes that are just killing DZ right now.
It looks like they're opting for another aggressive lineup, perhaps. Reintroducing the Glaz and Ying combo we discussed earlier. We've got Deimos back in play, this time by Canadian. And an Amaru brought out by Nafe with the diffuser. This could be a telltale sign that they want to hop into the council window and try to plant the diffuser as quickly as possible. But you have all this utility to worry about. You've got the Toxic Babes wielded by Frenchie. You've got Key on mute with that very impactful Nitro cell. Even the opportunity, if someone's playing down below, they could simply have vertical on you, and that could easily shut down any kind of plant to happen from that single window. The Glaz is being taken off the board, though, and now Dokkaebi is being introduced by Bolo, and there are some slight operator changes, but I think this is more or less to help bolster that fast-paced style of play, as now you have the Logi bombs to provide more and more information, and the Finka boost to maybe help give you extra HP. But an interesting note to bring out is Smoke. His Toxic Babe directly counters those Finka adrenaline surges, so if he pops a Finka boost while Nafe is inside and Frenchie is able to throw out his utility, that could easily kill the planter.
And the logic being on the adrenaline rush, you're breathing heavier and inhaling more of that toxic gas, so you take not more damage, but I believe the ticks are just faster. Neskin as well on Legion too. If a goo mine gets stuck in your foot while you're Finka boosted, the boost goes away, and you continue to take that tick damage from the goo mine. So Geekay do have several options, whether they know it or not, that will be able to shut down any use the Finka could have. But DZ, of course, looking to probably send Nafe in through that console window when the coast is clear. We also see a lot of times teams will take that Amaru, send them into the window, and have them immediately jump back out just to try and bait out utility. Do it a couple times, try and waste those smokes, try and waste those C4s. There is a bulletproof watching that position, though, now being called out by NJR. If they want to go for a fast bait push like that, they're going to have to deal with this because the defenders can just sit there and watch it, and they'll be able to call out whether the utility is really needed or not. NJR now looking for the kill on the mute. C4 comes out from Key, but again, NJR now for the second time this match narrowly evades death by C4.
Kendall is popping out. This will be information to now allow Geekay to rotate and have Seriously more in the front line, stopping this window hop in. But the rest of DarkZero still waiting. They're holding cutoffs and expecting Geekay to rotate, hoping they can find a kill before they actually hop into the building and try to get this plant down.
You could hear, too, when the first Candela came out, Seriously popped his glasses, so he's more than ready for this player to come through. Canadian gonna try and target the Warden, ends up scanning him with the Deimos. In comes the plant. Nafe trying to get the plant down. It's just a bait. Shotgun out. Almost takes down Key. Is able to confirm Seriously the Warden is now dead. The biggest obstacle up against this smoke plant is down on the ground, and Key trying to use his C4 to kill the player on the rappel. That was the only explosive they had. Now they're wholly reliant on these gas canisters, perfectly placed. Nafe will have to escape out that window, but in the meantime, Bolo has killed Frenchie, and those last remaining toxic gas canisters will die with him. The plant now relatively safe for DarkZero to go for. With 30 seconds left now, flashes to try and herald this Amaru back in. Deimos also has scans he could use to lock down some of these defenders. More flashbangs come out. Do they have coverage from the window? Nafe says, coverage be damned, he'll take the kills himself. Panma's now dead thanks to Neskin, but again, Nafe pops off the plant. 3 kills with the shotgun, leaves Neskin all alone, and DZ on the cusp, finally winning their very first attack.
Not only that, but prioritizing the 2 most important defenders that GK could have used to stop that plant. You've got Seriously as the opening death, Nafe using that diffuser to bait GK into pushing him where he'll perform best close quarters with that primary shotgun. That's the opening kill of the round. Not only that, but as the call is given by GK that there is a plant going down in Castle, you saw Frenchie try to rotate. He gets 1 Toxic Babe off, but again, Bolo holding a cutoff angle shuts him down, and with Mute already using his C4 in that round, that leaves practically no utility left for GK to stop that plant, which forces them into DarkZero's idea, which is again, playing close quarters with that shotgun, using the plant as a pseudo bait attempt, and having the Ying play off that upside down rappel, having their Candelas to blind the opponents and an LMG to hold a very nasty angle that the defense had no real response to shut down once they lost their first 2 defenders.
That shotgun too from Omaru, that thing hits like a truck. He was not
absolutely.
If he was able to get the shot off first, as we saw. Too easy for Nafe. Big 3 kills to give his team the first round. And DZ, although again, they're playing very forward against a forward team, that round was much smarter, right? Not just kind of hitting their head against the same wall. Love the adaptation. We're still bringing the Deimos from Canadian. Now a Thatcher being played by Bolo too, so they don't have to circumvent the jammers. They can just plow right through them. Canadian ends up getting the first kill on to Seriously. We saw him placing some Capcan traps by lobby earlier. I guess maybe he got caught on the rotator, just overstayed his welcome, but either way, the Capcan, most importantly, one of those really good C4s for the defense is now down. Canadian maybe looking for another kill. The Aruni playing very aggressively here on the archive stairs, but there's like 3 defenders on this side of the map. If DZ can open that wall, the site might be primed for the taking.
And he might have an idea someone else is close by. He was just holding a passive angle, waiting for someone to challenge him down that hallway. The rest of GK now falling back into the bomb site. This has been a great clear so far. Minute over for DarkZero. They're now getting the main wall opened up, and they have an entry to boot. Doesn't seem like GK have much response as of right now. Thankfully for them, though, DarkZero does not have really any operators they can utilize this verticality for now that they have top floor control, but with there being an excess of hard breach devices in their lineup, they can still play above and get that hatch opened up, which is still a pretty potent angle so long as you have someone sitting up there. And with a lot of the flooring being soft, you could still have Canadian play above as well and use those Deathmark trackers.
Yeah, I was going to say, you say not a whole lot of her, but Deimos very powerful. Can get some of those anchors way off the site with the tracker. You've also got, maybe you got breaching charges from the Ace and Thatcher too. Thermite going to be successful on the hatch. The C4 went to the wrong side. Now, yeah, what Nafe did is incredibly dangerous because people are going to be able to hear that, and you could hear the C4 attempt come out, but unfortunately, just the wrong side of the hatch for GK. Could have been a free kill to try and bring things back, but the hatch is now open. Canadian will likely be on Overwatch duty upstairs. Everyone on GK downstairs. Key taking a bullet from that breach. Look at how far pushed off they are from the site. DZ are really looking to walk in here. Back up. The smoke comes out. Trying to counter Nafe off the plant. Looking like he's not going to stick it. Comes off of it, but Bolo, NJR, and Nafe himself all come alive in the dying seconds of the execute, getting a kill apiece. And it's a flawless attack for DZ.
Nafe hopping down off the plant to solidify that final kill by Pillar/Pipes. Great work by the entirety of DarkZero, and a real comeback here after that tactical timeout. They had a phenomenal execute into meeting room, shutting down those early defenders that they needed to remove from the board, like the Smoke and Warden, and kind of a similar storyline, except more of a methodical approach done by DarkZero for round number 5 rather than direct. You have Canadian, who is kind of on that primary info operator besides the Dokkaebi. He gets that first entry kill onto Sirius, and with the help of some well-timed Logi bombs, there is no one that can comfortably trade on GK, so they kind of have to take the walk of shame back down below, where Nafe is waiting with a lurk all the way down the solo blue hallway. That makes things a 5-on-3, and the fact that DarkZero cleared out that top floor in well under a minute on the board, that gave them plenty of time to also set up for the execute down on the first floor, which allowed all of those different pressure points that GK were not able to really deal with because they had already lost so much on that initial row.
5 seconds left before insertion.
I really wonder how
Attackers are moving to defuse
how
the
seriously
bomb.
he died so early.
He might
Wonder
have
if he
gotten
just-
wall banged from lobby double. Possible.
Maybe, or maybe he just peaked.
Yeah.
That's also very possible.
Yep.
Deimos again being taken by DarkZero. That's NJR. Panda swapping onto the Flores. Maybe identifying that there was a Goyo on the board, wanting to burn those packs really early on so that any plant attempt would not have to deal with it. Nath, curious to see what utility Nath is bringing. Of course, with the recruit, you can the new recruit striker and sentry, you can bring any combination of any 2 secondary gadgets on the attacker defense. A lot of times we've been seeing EMPs and hard breach, kind of a do-it-yourself build. We can see flashes and nades, or flashes and smoke, so you can burn for yourself and then use your other throwable utility. So tons of different combinations. I'm actually really glad that recruit is now seeing consistent play in comp. It's kind of cool.
Flashing grenades here for Nafe in this round, and NJR, oh my goodness. Shotgun on the cutoff. Key was not expecting that. That's yet again another early opener confirmed by DarkZero. It looks like Nafe, or not Nafe, sorry, NJR is just waiting for someone to recontest him. That's not to be the case currently. DarkZero, again, still just holding these cutoff angles up above, both on the window repels and the primary skylight. But now that they have the yellow wall opened up, they could maybe try to assist Pambazoo, not only with that entry of attack, but also a Logi Bomb for extra information for him to walk up.
Now Nath gives his team a 2-man lead. What a shot from Bolo, looking for the second, gets refragged. Deskin now shotgun out, catches Nath with a nade in his hand. It's only a 1-man lead, but Canadian with the cutoff makes it so it's all up to Frenchie, and he can't do anything against Panba, who's finally ascended the yellow staircase. And DZ, off of a mint timeout, take 3 in a row to answer back and tie the attacking half.
And it's exactly what they needed. Not only the timeout, obviously, but their play style of how they look at GK's defenses, not allowing them to trade and looking for the weakest link in the group of GK. That was the best way to go around getting those 1v1 gunfights, and denying the ability to trade has also been a huge boon for them so far in that first half, because they had the Logi Bomb soon after, because they had 2-man stack-ups on certain positions. GK did not feel comfortable enough to re-engage against DarkZero without maybe having things turn into a 5-on-3. But that's what DarkZero wanted. They want that map control. They want to keep their man advantage. They want to be able to set up properly for the next gunfight, which again, having all that utility that you mentioned, Harrison, the flashes, the grenades, the Dokkaebi calls we've highlighted now several times, that just puts them in more advantageous positions to flush out the rest of GK and basically constrict them as they're looking to push the bomb site.
Yeah, DZ did a great job balancing operators with late round execute utility and early round kill getting utility. So they were able to get those early advantages and just convert. Now GK on the attack, and this is where things might get a little bit shaky for the MENA squad. DZ are defensive wizards, and we talked about it a little bit before the show while we were prepping, John. GK have a tendency to stall out when something doesn't go exactly according to plan, and when the defense doesn't give them opportunities to find picks. And we know how passive DZ like to be. GK stall out. They have a little bit of an inability to force the defenders to make a move and give them opportunities. If the opportunities aren't gifted to them, they can struggle. And DZ, we know, they like to be passive. They like to play the strategic game. So not only are they going to refuse to give GK easy opportunities, but these defenses are probably going to be a lot more complex than what GK is used to in their home region.
Candela's popping out. Logi Bomb to follow suit. There's the smoke detected, but Pamba's actually better. It's the mute, my mistake, but regardless, sufficient map control here established. Nade tossed out and a cheeky angle by Trix above the desk to eliminate that first line of defense, but NJR from down below blows up Frenchie, and that's a lot of your post-plate utility. Those Capital bolts to create space and deny lines of sight with the smoke and the 16 bolts are now down the drain. Not only that, but GK as well do not have any control by that projector single wall because it was opened up by DarkZero in the prep phase. GK do not feel comfortable peeking that position because they have nothing to open it up, so they might just have to barrel their way in through these two doorways by admin side, and they still have the vending machine player to worry about on top of that.
Recovered their diffuser.
Yeah, the 2 kills DZ got there on the Ying and Capitao, those are probably the best 2 kills they could have possibly asked for in this particular round. Could not ask for a better start, and all you lose is Pamba, who's already put all his utility down except for that Nitro cell, but again, you sacrifice that for how important the Ying and Capitao tend to be. They did drone out Bolo behind the soda machine, but you're gonna have to take a 1v1 against Bolo. Hopefully Neskin and Trix are able to coordinate something here. Flashes go out first. Is anyone from DarkZero gonna rotate to help? Looks like they might have someone rotate long desk, but no, Bolo's a dead man. The nade goes through, Nafe to follow it up, and DZ now almost at a man disadvantage. Luckily, Canadians there to run out and kill seriously. We're all tied up now, 2 apiece. Flashes coming in from Neskin, Trix attempting to get this bomb down. There's no utility from NJR or Canadian to stop it indirectly. They'll have to just walk at them and take these fights. The planter able to get out of the spot. Trix survives, and now Canadian's dead. It all falls upon Nick in a 1 versus 2. The attackers very separated, which is good news if the Warden has any info to play off of. These are 2 very separate 1v1s that he can isolate, but he needs to win them and he needs to find them first. Neskin is backed way, way off. He might have some info, but the Dokubi for now evading his sights, just toying with him, knowing that the attack, all they need to do is delay time. Neskin running circles around the Warden, Trix playing incredibly passive, and with the 7-second mark eclipsed now, Geekay take their first attacking round, a much, much needed point.
Great recovery by Geekay as well. We talked about their limited utility after losing the Ying and Capitao, their primary util-focused operators. But something you highlighted in the first half, Harrison, was the new introduction of Striker and Sentry. Having both those flashes and frag grenades was just enough for Geekay to kill Bolo by vending machine and make enough space to close in on that gap to get into the bomb site. It got tricky for a moment, but being given just that small opportunity to get out of admin and then utilize those deathmark trackers to gather extra information and again create that space to get into the bomb site, that was just enough for Geekay to get in and plant that diffuser. Not only that, but not just having direct coverage there, having someone rotate into long desk, that way they can have a really nasty cutoff angle in the heart of the bomb site and trying to dodge that bulletproof camera that was in the objective too. That was a really well-made adjustment by Geekay despite them having limited resources.
I was really surprised that DZ didn't opt to rotate anyone over to help Bolo. That could have been a very easy 1-2 punch, especially with those, both the players, both Neskin and Trix, both busy pulling out those nades and pulling the pins. That could have been at least maybe a refrag for Bolo instead of just a freebie. But he also had seriously doing a great job pushing the backside and ending up going I believe it was 1 for 1. Hibana and Ace on the board for Geekay. Probably gonna have the Ace focus on that garage breach, but does have to deal with the Tubarão. Now, they do have a Bandit. They maybe could rotate over to get the Bandit trick down, but it looks like they're really just interested. No, the EMP, it runs out.
That Tubarão gadget, the Zoto canister being able to stop the EMP, allowing the Bandit charge to reactivate, keeping this wall intact. Key might have known that, so he picked up one of his 2 Selma charges. He'll rotate elsewhere, but from down below, it's the C4 impact from Big Bad Nadian. Frenchie is gone. That's your hatch present too. So thankfully, Key still has 2 Selma charges. If they really want to get this hatch opened up, they could do that. But that'll also force a very impactful choice here for Geekay, whether they want to go back down below to get this main wall opened up, or do they want to prioritize the hatch?
Yeah, it's all about simplifying the game if you're DZ and removing these opportunities. The shotgun is close from Pamba. Neskin's got his own shotgun out. Pamba wins the initial duel, but doesn't see Trix on the floor to get the refrag, so still only a 1-man advantage for DZ. And now, Cams in Geekay's control. Likely at least 1 bulletproof with both a Legion and a Castle, and even a Malusi on the board. There could be multiple bulletproofs in the bomb site. Defense now has to be careful of that default cam too. Both Nafe and I believe Bolo down on the site, outside garage looking in. Canadian still on the top floor. could come down for a late flank. He's someone we'll need to keep an eye on, but Bolo is inside of Archives and cuts down seriously, walking solo down those Teller steps.
That was one thing that allowed DarkZero a nice recovery there, was the lurk presence. Bolo acknowledging that, holds control of server, finds a nice one-for-one pick, and it seems like the rest of GK just have to hope and pray they can get in through yellow door, but it's not going to happen. There's a crossfire established by DarkZero. They find the first kill onto the ace, and they close things out as Bolo rotates back into sight, realizing there's no backwards presence. DarkZero, phenomenal recovery round to keep us tied.
That was a case of GK. I think each individual player on GK trying to do a little bit too much towards the end there. We saw 3 completely disconnected solo pushes. One from the back, one into the bomb site, while the Dokkaebi was still sitting on yellow stairs preparing to make a call. At that point, you have to do something together, right? It's better you do something dumb together than smart separately. That's kind of the rule 1 of playing with a team in Siege. And GK there, 3 individual pushes, taking 50-50 gunfights. I mean, the first one maybe a 50-50 gunfight, the others much less so. And DZ able to tie the score 4-4, though that one attacking victory from GK that they were able to claw back probably still hangs heavy over DZ's heads. It should probably be 5-3 with the start that they had and the utility that they were able to pick off early. But now we go down onto Piano. Canadian already with a C4 kill on this defensive half, just 2 rounds in now on his trademark operator.
Cardiac sensor. You want to play down below? Plenty of self-information you can provide, and his teammate close by, if they have a nitro cell, they can also activate it while you are providing info for them. It looks like Canadian will just be a lone front playing down below, trying to utilize his barricades to get any kind of sound cues later in the round, and slowing down GK if they were to push from the basement. So far, it looks to be a Visa overtake with some info provided via Neskin's drone. Maybe a cutoff angle established by the window Seriously currently provides, or resides by, mistake. And it looks like they're now realizing that it seems to be a pretty boxed off position by DarkZero, having these castle barricades so they can easily transition throughout the first floor, and some presence being established too on the top floor as well by GK. DarkZero are trying to utilize this entire map to their full-fledged advantage.
Canadian sees a couple players outside that yellow doorway, like now calling for some support. He does have someone on the yellow stairs with him. I believe it's Panbazoo on the mute. First Dokkaebi call now comes out. Canadian looking to take the first gunfight, and both of them strike together. Perfect timing from DarkZero. That is what they're all about. Each of them get a kill. Panbazoo does get refragged by Key, but it's another man advantage for DZ. You've lost the gridlock tracks from Seriously. The nades die with him, and those calls.
Again, great coordination there by DarkZero, spotting the initial brunt of the attack. Canadian calming that over, and Panbazoo just slowly creeping his way back to yellow stairs. So they have a pretty decent crossfire, and they both win their 1-for-1s. Sure, Pamba ended up dying, but it's the same storyline as round number 7, where he already has his utility placed. And now GK are unsure if they want to continue pushing in from yellow. They have a Candela to utilize, so that's the yellow stairs player taken care of, but Canadian is still bottom by the radio window, and he is refusing to move.
He didn't push off that Candela either, so a bit of wasted utility, not daring to challenge Canadian on the UMP. GK, maybe we're seeing a little bit of that stall out, unsure of what to do with themselves now that they've lost that initial yellow stairs push. We even see Key just leaving, abandoning the position. Frenchie at least able to open one of those sight walls. Plenty of castles around Neskin. There's really only 1 or 2 spots that now he's going to have to worry about when it comes to a flank. Nath is watching one of them. Neskin now taking a bullet, but survives to fight another day. Frenchie finishing the wall breach. He's now got an avenue into the bomb site, but there's so many angles to worry about. One to his right, one straight ahead, and looks like he doesn't know if there's vert on him either. With 20 seconds left, GK are going to be forced to make a move. Nath takes out Key. Canadian is continuing to just call out all of this information, completely unbothered. Neskin does take down Nath on the site. The diffuser has been recovered, but how much does it matter when Canadian still has a C4 in pocket and all of this information? 2 seconds left. The plant is going to have to be forced. It's all up to this player to cover, but they don't even get the attempt down. DZ retake the lead 5-4, and GK are going to take a timeout.
Hoping to slow down DarkZero's progress in this best-of-1 series. Ever since we saw that timeout, Harrison, DarkZero have not lost the entry. And once again, we mentioned this for GK's attacks. If they're not able to find that plan A working out for them, they tend to not be able to adapt mid-round into a plan B. And we saw exactly that, Harrison. The only time that GK were able to recover was back in round number 7, where they were still doing an admin overtake. And that was a bit of an oversight by not assisting Bolo by vending machine and having him be solo cleared out by the recruit in that round. But in this case, for round number 8 and 9, it was 2 opening gunfights secured for DarkZero and no trade potential for GK. They had to completely rotate around the map, which wasted a lot of valuable time, whereas DarkZero, they didn't have to do a whole lot. They still had presence down below, Canadian providing his teammates a lot of info so they can swing off of. And again, that veteran leadership is really coming in clutch right now by having Canadian constantly communicating with his teammates and telling them how they should be swinging and what they should be expecting when taking those gunfights.
Attackers need to locate and
Oh
defuse
yeah,
the
I
bomb.
mean, the only thing better than an experienced IGL on Pulse like that is just straight up a Valkyrie. Canadian plays that. I mean, there's a reason, again, why it's his signature operator. He loves the Pulse, and after that initial double swing, I mean, being able to just work down there and do whatever he wants. The round is pretty much over from that point, and now DZ, they can smell match point. They're going up over towards console. Now this is where GK have their sole attacking win thus far, despite DZ's really strong start in that round. Again, they took out the Ying and Capitao first, but GK were able to isolate some of those fights. They had seriously pushed the back as well and find a couple of unanswered kills. Now they have swapped up what they brought from last time. They do have the Ying, but no Capitao. They've got the Hibana as well from Frenchie. They did not bring a hard breach in that first attack. Maybe they had secondary hard breaches on the Capitao, but no one dedicated. They got Gridlock as well to perhaps shut down those flanks. You got an extra set of nades too. I like what DZ are doing with this wall as well. Something that you don't often see. Most teams will opt to reinforce that. DZ have left it open, and it's shotgunned open. So if GK want to rappel up onto that balcony, it is a huge risk. And because it's so risky, DZ have pretty much outright denied a power position.
And I think that's why they brought the Hibana, trying to hope that these Skyrush charges can go off at the right time, allowing this wall to be opened up. Because last time, GK had no hard breach, and they had no range breach on top of that, obviously. So they were kind of forced to not play off the single wall. And yeah, that's where Frenchie was at the beginning of the round, still having all 18 Skyros pellets in his pocket, though. Maybe he'll wait to rotate later on to get that position opened up. But seriously, an important kill. After that timeout, they're able to crack the code of securing these opening gunfight wins, and that's Nafe gone. Your biggest stall operator, besides maybe Goyo in this round, is off the board. And now a position that was a real pain for GK to clear out earlier because Pamba was in this position, is now already forfeit by DarkZero in a minute 30.
A great opening pick. We know how important the stall is up against GK. They stall out by themselves so often. That smoke to double down is no longer available to DZ. No response either because of that position on the rappel. No one was there to try and answer. Neskin is now looking to climb up those yellow stairs while the rest of his team applies all these little pressure points around the map. It looks like the attack, the play here is they're trying to constrict onto this defense and make nowhere safe, catch these defenders while they try to rotate. Key with the Candelas in hand, maybe looking to make a push off of this, continuing to throw them out. Neskin down below, covering to make sure there's not going to be any C4. The Candela's now finished. Smoke's coming out from Key as well. Is GK looking like they're pushing over towards the yellow side? Frenchie has got himself in towards Baguette. No one playing in bathroom, so nothing to stop him for now. There is a player just by those head holes that could swing him if NJR decides to back up. A player right next to that long desk door as well. But Key will give his team a two-man advantage, but Canadian strikes from behind the desk. That's Diffuser down right by the window. Panba kills the Ying on the other side of the map, and no one else from GK is even near the bomb site except for Neskin. Trickst is dead, trying to enter through the building. Seriously, has a goo line in his foot. He doesn't even have time to pull it out before he's dead, and the round is over. GK, without any info on where those players in console are, their Baguette push gets shut down and they get picked off one by one.
And I'm so surprised GK opted to rotate there. again, they found the opening kill. They still had their Ying intact, plenty of utility to close out Vending Machine, which didn't even have a shield. It was just Bolo holding it by himself once again. Yet they decide, you know what? We don't have council cleared out. We don't have this main meeting area, this desk area cleared out. Let's just push through it and hope for the best. And they weren't even working off of any info. It was just audio cues. So it DarkZero kind of waiting patiently for GK to overexpose themselves. They find not only 2 kills to tie us up 3-3, but they also leave the diffuser in the middle of the open for no one to recover because the last 3 attackers are in or outside the building waiting to hop inward. That was a huge mistake by GK, and great job by DarkZero to capitalize on that too.
What a power play from Canadian to sneak past the angle on that window and hide behind the desk to stop the Hibana.
Yep.
And I mean, there's a big reason, right, why the pushes tend to come from admin side or the window or like top yellow into connector. Because Baguette, which is the old call out for it, I think people still use it because the French flag is still there, so I'm going to keep calling it Baguette. There's a reason why people don't just walk into Baguette, because there's like 30 angles you have to worry about. The Hibana, it's impossible for you to watch all of them at once unless you're literally sending 4 people into the same room, in which case it's still a death trap, because why do you have, that's like too many cooks in the kitchen. Why do you have 4 people there? Now DZ up by 2 points and on match point, looking to lock this out and send GK to the lower bracket. If DZ end up winning this game, they will face the winner of Into the Breach and Furia, and they're already on their way. Bolo with the opening pick on to Seriously, who now drops to 4-10, and that important info off the Deimos is lost.
Once again, your primary entry falling short. Oh, the run out! Canadian shoots down the C4, spots Key on a drone, almost finds another, but he overstays his welcome. Neskin clinging on to life by a thread. Will trade the Solus down, forcing him on camera duty, but regardless of that, it's been just about a minute, Harrison, and DarkZero already have 2 bodies down. There's only the Hibana on the board. They've got to deal with a Cade, and they only are utilizing pocket EMPs. Maybe Nave could, of course, try to Cade trick if he had both of his Kaid claws in his back pocket, but that does not seem to be the case. He has 1 on the primary breach and 1 most likely on the hatch. But here's that problem once again, GK just kind of self-stalling. They're still droning out this top floor, expecting someone to be here, but the rest of DarkZero have now fallen back down in the basement, and NJR off a sound cue, I would imagine, or some type of info, blows up Trixt, and those are your EMPs! They can't get the hatch or the wall opened up now, Harrison.
I don't know how he got that C4. Maybe just pure intuition. The second C4 though from Nafe misses, and the situation just went from bad to worse to nigh impossible with the death of Trixt. Frenchie desperately opening up any of those hatches over towards the backside, towards Archives, to try and take this control away from Nafe. Getting hot drone now by Neskin. But do they know about the player tucked in towards Sandwich? I believe that's Bolo on the castle. Frenchie worried about the tunnel, and no, they don't know about Bolo. And Lasty shot, and a third with the shotgun to end the map. Bolo for 3, DZ 7-4, and they got a date with either Into the Breach or Furia. GK move on to the lower bracket best of 3s.
4 rounds in a row for DarkZero. What an impressive showing on Consulate. At the very beginning, it looked a bit concerning, thinking maybe this was not the right call to go back to Consulate because GK have past experience, but it looks like DarkZero were able to crack the code after that tactical timeout and really halt GK's progress, not only on the defense, but the attack as well, Harrison. You had constant entries, and the only person who was really able to bite back in that instance was Seriously, and I think he went negative there on the entry, if not flat even, and everyone else behind him wasn't able to pick up the pieces as well. So that was just DarkZero not only able to show their methodical approach to the round by having Canadian on very info-focused operators communicating to his teammates what they should be doing, but also still having that key entry factor to stop players like Seriously from doing serious damage.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you're right. Seriously, ended up going 2-4 on entry by the end of the map, finishing 4-10. Not a great performance from Seriously. Meanwhile, on DZ, you had Bolo 11-6. You had NJR, who didn't have as many kills, but he was 7-3. His survival rate, that's the thing about NJR, right? Incredibly consistent, doesn't die a whole lot. He's a rock for DZ. Great to see Panda getting in on the action too. That was all around DZ. I think getting their revenge for the last consulate, because remember, way back when, that was a 7-3 loss. So they flipped the script here.
Yeah, I don't think there was really a weak link on DarkZero after they just cut the blitz play out of the equation for their plan book. That was really the only thing they struggled at, was having someone behind Canadian at all times to assist him when it came to making that space. He found like one gunfight, or I guess shield fight against somebody, and then was immediately traded while the rest of his teammates were still trying to open up the breach or try to hop in for a plant off of that space being provided. It seemed a lot more disjointed from the rest of the match, where after that tack timeout, they only lost one round, and that was again because they could not assist Bolo by vending machine, and with him dying, that put us in an even man count for GK, which they capitalized on.
Yeah, it was a crazy streak. Rounds 4 through 6, 3 in a row, and then 4 in a row to end it. Here we see, obviously, DZ with the shield play we saw earlier.
Yep.
I really liked the idea behind the Blitz and Monty, and I really think it would have worked if they didn't try to cut corners with the mute jammer. And then this is kind of when things started going wrong with GK. Nafe just taking matters into his own hands with that shotgun, the Supernova. It hits like a truck. They had perfect plant coverage, and all around DZ, like you said, after that timeout, they were formidable. I know, like, when Sternev and I were doing the quals, right? We were talking about the power of the call-out timeout. Oh, the mint timeout is not to be underestimated either. He has been playing for, oh my God, he's been playing since year one. Year one, season 1. I remember he one of the first matches I watched, it was at the original Pro League finals, and he played against Pengu on house. That was crazy. But yeah, Mint has showed himself to be an incredible coach. Those timeouts are so impactful on DZ.
I think Mint was also the coach at that time on DarkZero during the Charlotte Major, so he has been a coach for this team for a long time. Even before that as well. Again, the core 3 people on DarkZero, NJR, Canadian, and Pambazoo, they've been that roster for a very long time, and their new additions of Bolo and Nafe have been outstanding. Again, they were no slouches here in the scoreboard. They were the ones finding a lot of entries in that round, and also playing very impactful operators like the Castle for common choke points and very long angles with the ACOG, and Nafe flexing around quite a lot as well on Deimos and a couple other operators too, I recall.
Yeah, Nafe had that 3K on Amaru, and again, similarly to NJR, I think that's, again, what DZ really needed. They needed that second rock, the guy who's just going to sit there and be super consistent all the time. And you mentioned, right, Bolo. Bolo was retired, and Canadian brought him back, so great to see DZ having success. Again, there's a big reason why they're, at least from the NA side of things, why they're the favorites in NA to perhaps go far in this tournament in EWC.
And for GK, unfortunately, not able to deal with those initial woes that they had after those 3 rounds. The rest of their defense was just not able to keep up with DarkZero, and again, not getting a lot of map control. They stalled out quite a lot. So I'm hoping, having a small break to kind of recover and talk about what they did wrong in this first best of 1 series could give them another opportunity in their best of 3 series to try to fight things back, as they do have a lot of experience playing in that best of 3 format. So hopefully this second chance can be enough for them to go farther in the group stage, Harrison.
Yeah, absolutely. They really showed out. It's kind of shocking how much they've regressed from Atlanta, because Atlanta, they made top 8? I think it was, before losing to, I believe it was
W7M.
Oh, it was W7M. Okay, yeah. So they made it really far with Noodle, and then since then, like I said, people, it seems like, have just figured them out, and they haven't had nearly as much success. Again, it's kind of the same thing as Asia, right? When Asia first entered the scene, they were competitive. Mantis FPS was taking G2 all the way because of that shock factor. But slowly, when you have this very simplistic, like that surprising yet simplistic style of play, people get used to it. It's not hard to figure it out. So hopefully, GK, they look a lot better than last time we saw them internationally, but still obviously some work to be done.
Yeah, and we'll take a look at the rest of Group A as well. I know we've got Luminosity and Bliss to look forward to as well later in the evening. That's just around the corner. W7M also beating their counterpart of Space Station Gaming. Funny enough, they're a team that also lost to Luminosity Gaming in the closed qualifiers that you commentated with Sternab. So Team Cruelty also moving down into the loser bracket. Unfortunately, they are LATAM's last hope. And of course, we also still have Talon Esports versus Team Liquid in a best-of-1 series. I really wish we were going over that game because that sounds like a lot of fun. Team Liquid have been consistent for a very long time.
Not only have Liquid been consistent, but Talon are on the come-up. I guarantee you Talon have the chance to beat Liquid. And in that lower bracket, SSG, of course, going to be playing against Team Cruelty in a best-of-3. The scores as well for those games: BDS beating Cruelty 7-4 on Bank, W7M beating SSG 7-3 on Cafe, and then our first game finished for Group B. DZ, of course, with that 7-4 victory. Geekay will play the loser of Into the Breach versus Furia. I really wish we got the, I hope at some point we get to do a bleed game as well, because they were already so exciting to watch. Now they've got Leader in the mix, who again is a pretty experienced IGL, has done really well for himself so far in his career, and I can't wait to see what he and Mentalist can kind of cook up for that team.
Yeah, Bleed have been a top team inside of Asia for quite a while. I know you have plenty of experience casting them, Harrison, and even doing analyst work for them like eons ago, and Furia as well, being that former world champ team. They are also someone to keep your eye on.
Absolutely, but now let's look ahead towards our next game: Luminosity Gaming versus Team Bliss, the only team here from Australia who seems to just be getting better and better versus the new kids on the block, LG. All 5 of these players, all 7 of them actually, the 5 of them and their analyst Mossy and their coach Vivid, this will be their very first international LAN, and it's a biggie. They're competing for $2 million. Again, should be a very exciting game. We get to see LG, their wild gunplay. They have quite a lot of firepower during the quals. I mean, SSG had advantage after advantage, and then LG would simply turn the tides and just kill all of them.
Yeah, we did a little bit of highlighting between LG and Bliss before we got into our DarkZero match up against Geekay in that best-of-1 series. Again, new environment for Luminosity, so they have a lot to prove, and they faced up against a gauntlet during their open and closed qualifiers, beating top teams like SSG, who are now, playing in the losers bracket currently against Team Cruelty. They played up against M80, who were the finalists in Gamers 8 a year or two ago. So they've already proven themselves to an extent inside of North America, but now they have to do it internationally too.
Absolutely, it's time for the world stage, but we will be back with that game. Stay tuned after a very short break.
you honestly, I wouldn't use them against you unless I thought it'd be fun. So I sit at home alone in your t-shirt. I'm wondering where it went wrong when you always said it, how you liked me better than anyone. We cannot talk, we cannot just shrug or dust it off, erase that thought. 'Cause I cannot pretend I am your friend, I am your nothing. I don't feel bad, I don't feel anything. I don't
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Welcome back, everyone, to the C stream for EWC Day 1 of Rainbow Six. I'm still Harrison, and I'm still joined by John, and we have another NA matchup, this time against OCE, LG versus Team Bliss.
It's a match we've been anticipating simply because of the same qualities both Luminosity and Team Bliss actually have. And another note that we've mentioned quite a few times, although Luminosity have been inside of Rainbow Six Siege competition for a little while back and forth, this is for their new roster the first time they've ever competed internationally. So this is a big showing for them inside of Riyadh, Harrison.
Yeah, huge moment for the 5 players and their 2 support staff. Always got to give a shout out to Mossy and Vivid. Vivid, someone who I casted for a very long time. Meanwhile, Team Bliss took OCE by storm and have made every single event in the past, I think, year or two, really hogging up that OCE spot. I mean, we were looking before, right? They've taken first place, I think, since Blast took over.
Yep, every single time. They have been dominant inside of Oceania, and like you said, they have won every single stage, 2023 Stage 1 and 2, and 2024 Stage 1 as of right now. Almost going flawless as well in their run for the EWC closed qualifiers too. I think only losing like 1 or 2 maps and winning 2-0 in their grand final best of 3 series. And like you've mentioned, because they already have past experience internationally, they have already proven themselves to a degree, but their runs themselves have never made it that far, besides in the 6th Invitational 2024, where they managed to get to 8th place. Other than that, for Copenhagen, they were 21st to 24th. They were 17th to 20th in Atlanta, and they got grouped inside of Manchester. So they really still have a lot to show here, despite them having past experience.
The Manchester showing was especially hard to watch because they started 2-0 and just simply could not close it out in those best of 3s. And that's a lot of times what we see from less experienced teams, like from the minor regions like Oceania and Asia and stuff like that. Really good in best of 1s where, you know, they can catch their opponent off guard, where they can really play aggressive, where they can narrow down that map pool to what they're comfortable with. But once we get into those best of 3s, a lot harder to catch your opponent off guard consistently, right? Fool me once, shame on me. Or fool me once, shame on you. Fool me once, twice, shame on me. So kind of that kind of situation happening with a lot of the minor regions. And the same thing for Luminosity, really. Again, in their qual run, especially up against SSG, there were so many rounds where it looked like Luminosity were going to lose it, and then out of nowhere, they just come alive and start killing everyone. So I'm really excited to see what should be two kind of similar play styles. Of course, LG consisting of Kixro, Eddie, Wi-Fi, Surf, and Silent. Surf being the most recent addition to the roster in the NAL. They competed with Hat. Hat departed for OXG ahead of the EWC qualifier. They brought in Surf instead, and it seemed to have worked out.
He has had experience in the past inside of Pro League as well, playing for Beast Coast for quite a while, and I believe one or two other teams as well that I can't think off the top of my head. That's
he was on Mirage, and I think he was on the original wild card. I think.
Experience inside of Pro League, and he has been a sufficient fragger inside of the close qualifiers, along with the rest of Luminosity as well. At least inside of North America, their lack of experience inside of T1 hasn't really shown all too much. They placed 5th inside of NAL for their newest stage and gave teams like Sonics a pretty big run for their money in that past season as well, placing over them by quite a few tiers. Not only that, but we talked earlier about the teams they had to face during the closed qualifiers, SSG being one of them, which they just lost their match to W7M as well, and they're playing inside of the lower bracket. They also played against M80, who is a finalist inside of Riyadh just a few years back. So they have contended with some of the top dogs inside of North America. I mean, you typically see teams like M80, like SSG, inside of major events, and Luminosity is holding their own against them. That's extremely impressive.
Yeah, placing 5th out of 10, technically 9 teams, and starting their stage, right, with a win over Beast Coast and M80, two of the top teams from NA who ended up going to Manchester. But now let's take a look at their opponents, Team Bliss, who have been rock solid as a roster since Invitational. They have not made a single change. Oda, Fisho Guy, Sage, Wettables, and Brendo. Of course, the highlight player on Team Bliss being, I would say 2. Sage and Brendo. So far in international play, being probably the most the 2 standout players so far from Bliss.
I think Oda is also someone to highlight as well. He's been on somewhat of a fragger role for the offense at least, which is a side that Team Bliss have shown to struggle with in the past. And during their close qualifiers, he had made a lot of good contentions for finding a lot of successful 1vx positions, getting 4Ks in a couple of rounds as well. So I think those are a handful of people to really highlight for this team. And another thing to note as well, just their dominance overall in their region that has allowed them to make it into this international territory, but is not directly correlated with how well they have been playing inside of international play besides that really massive 6 invitational run. So going up against a newer team such as Luminosity, that could be a really massive break for them to exceed further into the upper bracket, or it could allow Luminosity to really show off what they've been able to bring inside of North America.
Yeah, right. There's 2 sides to the coin here. For LG, they play differently, a little bit differently than the rest of NA that the international scene is used to seeing, like SSG and DZ. And LG have never been international before, so they don't have any experience against any of the other regions. So this should be a really, really fun matchup. Both rosters pretty aggressive. Both rosters pretty kind of gunfight heavy, I would say, but both with some incredibly consistent players, right? Like we talked about Sage, Oda, and Brendo on Bliss, and of course on LG. Eddie has been really good for this roster so far. Surf lit up the scoreboard in EWC. My GOAT, Kyle Wi-Fi Galati, a really, really consistent kind of everything player. He does everything. He'll play Ashe all the way down to Thermite. So again, another great thing to see from these young players, and especially on a team where they're really focused on the gunfight. Sometimes people get really locked into their roles, but it's nice to see pretty much everyone on LG have played everything.
In terms of maps as well, between both Bliss and Luminosity, they have gone to a couple of similar options. There was Nighthaven, for example. I think Consulate's been played by both Blitz and Luminosity in the past as well. Despite Luminosity's lack of Pro League experience, they are very willing to play on almost any single map besides maybe Border. I think they've been banning that one pretty consistently. But other than that, depending on the team, they are down to go pretty much wherever they want. and trying to use the map to their advantage to secure those opening gunfights, holding cutoffs, playing off one another with info when necessary, even using spearhead operators like Ying. And the best part is for Team Bliss, they like to play almost in the exact same way. So having these two teams both enjoy the same maps in their pool and also have a fairly similar play style, I think that'll make for a very competitive best of one.
Yeah, I'm hoping they get a map that both of them like. The good news, again, like you said about LG, they're willing to go anywhere. They have multiple plays on every single map except Cafe, and on Cafe, they're 1-0. I was going to say Chalet is one of their weaker points, so not surprising to see them take that off the board, especially when Team Bliss are about 50-50 on Chalet, having some very recent international success on it back in SI. Clubhouse, you don't want to take LG to a default map like Clubber Oregon. These guys have been playing those maps for at the height of NA for a really long time, so the Clubhouse Oregon initial bans from Bliss really make sense. Bank also one of LG's auto bans. They most recently lost it in the qual to M81-7. Surprised we're seeing Labs get banned and Cafe get banned from LG. I really thought that they would have been the ones to take out Border, especially, again, 2 losses in the NA League. Skyscraper for Bliss, not surprising. Now in all 25 games they have played this year, they have banned Skyscraper in every single one of them. But yeah, Consulate makes sense for both teams. So far this year, Bliss are 3-0, and LG have played it a couple times too. They're 2-0, again, most recently in the qual. They beat SSG here 7-5, and while the 3-0 number might sound really good for Bliss, they banned it every single one of their games at the Manchester Major, and all 3 of those wins came in SI. So it's been quite a while since Blitz has been seen here.
Now, nothing much has really changed about the map itself, so that could give a little bit of benefit to Team Bliss, obviously, but some of the operators that we've seen since SI have changed a fair amount. And, Fenrir isn't as strong as he used to be. Azami has been nerfed quite substantially. There is a slight meta shift to what we have now in Siege in general, but the map of Skyscraper, again, the extensions are still kind of the same. You have the same ideas of wanting to go in through Dragon and Drum as an attacking team, and the defense tries to extend over in that position to try to waste plenty of time. So that also gives benefit not only to Bliss, who sure they haven't played this map in a long time, but they still have past experience on it. The same thing applies to Luminosity, where this map hasn't changed much, and since they're a brand new team, they're probably comfortable with this map, all together.
Yeah, especially beating Consulate, especially again beating SSG here, who are very willing to play Consulate. And then you mentioned meta changes. We got the Nurse, and we've also got the introduction of Deimos, who we've been seeing incredibly consistently on Consulate, just to add that extra information, and sometimes even works as kind of a pseudo like Grim Capitao, right? I mean, we saw it used that way in the DZ game where Grim was banned, so DZ say, okay, the guy who's stopping our window plant, let's track him, and that'll get him out of the way. We don't even necessarily need to get that kill. They did it, I think, a couple times to the Warden player on Geekay. So, again, really excited to see Consulate go down, especially with these two teams, again, being so gunfight heavy. Consulate is a very structured map, so we're probably going to see a slightly different play style than we're used to seeing from these two teams, too, because we're not going to something like a Clubhouse or a Chalet or a Bank like these teams are a little bit more used to.
Right, I know you yapped a little bit about Skyscraper for too long, and we are going to Consulate, but the same thing still kind of applies, and Luminosity having plenty of recent experience on this map as well. I'm sure they're going to be fairly comfortable going into this best of one series. They had a fairly even half on both their attack and defensive side, so it's more dependent on what Bliss is willing to throw at them in this best of one series, but they're also willing to get their hands dirty too on numerous occasions. Again, bringing out the Ying, that's been somewhat of a strong suit for both Bliss and Luminosity. Maybe we'll see her banned in this map, but she is such a cornerstone operator for maps like not Clubhouse, but for maps like Oregon and Consulate. I'm not so sure if they'll end up doing that. Maybe we'll see Grim banned again, since he's been off the board several times. It'd be interesting to see something like a Warden, but I doubt that'll be done. That would just more like a flashy operator to be taken off the board, just to kind of, insinuate what you want to do on your attacks, obviously, which is very fast-paced, utility-focused executes.
Both teams getting ready. We saw, there he is, There's Wi-Fi. Can you believe it? He went from the hallway in Atlanta to competing in Riyadh for $2 million. What a glow up.
Yeah. I thought that was the hallway in Charlotte.
You're right. Yeah, it was even earlier.
Yep, there it is.
My goodness.
You know, it's
that
okay.
That picture's 2 years old. It doesn't feel like
That-
it's been 2 years.
I almost said it's the first time we've met in person too, but that'd be incorrect. It was South Bend back in 21.
That's true.
Luckily, I've got those numbers right. The map, you know, I'll let the map selection, I'll let you figure that one out, since clearly I got a little sidetracked on the skyscraper debacle. But we'll hop into the operator bands now. Bliss starting their attack. LG on the defensive side. Kind of similar to DarkZero. LG are again very willing to utilize the map to its fullest extent. And starting with a Montaigne ban, they are really hoping to not have to deal with Geekay faced in their first 3 rounds, which is double shields being thrown at them. And oh, look at this. It's that Ying ban we talked about. I said it might not happen because how impactful she is for both sides on the attack. But I guess Bliss are a little more comfortable with her being off the board, so LG cannot use her. I like that idea.
Absolutely. Vigil, though. How many times have we seen a Vigil ban?
This is one of the only times.
That's a rare one. Yeah, I mean, LG have been known to run Vigil. We see a lot of times, I believe it's Silent will typically run the Vigil, but I mean, literally anyone on this roster is willing to pick him up because he's fun and he's good and he's got, not only does he have the K1A and the SMG-12, which are both solid weapons, but you still can't convince me that the Boss G didn't get shadow buffed. Because it's insane. You get one-shotted from like across the map, and there's nothing you can do about it. But speaking of, again, interesting operator picks, so we're down on Garage. Everything looking a bit normal until you look at Silent. Caveira, an operator that he also ran, I believe, once in EWC quals. I think he didn't get an interrogation, I'm pretty sure. I think he got a kill. So, yeah, I guess it worked to an extent. We also got Eddie on the Pulse. Similarly to Canadian, Eddie was kind of like him of T2 for a while. He was really the only player that really consistently ran Pulse in NAT2. So, glad to see that's consistent there. Bliss rocking a pretty standard lineup with the exception of a dedicated hard breach. So, I'm wondering if most of this push is maybe going to be coming from the archive side.
Might be a more top to bottom focus. Again, you've got roam clears such as the Deimos and Jackal. You've got 2 vertical operators of Buck and Ram. Buck bringing that secondary hard breach device as well, so they can at least get the hatch open if they want to. Not only that, but they have plenty of burn with the sentry available by Brenda. We talked about that operator numerous times, getting both flashes and grenades, or really whatever kind of secondary utility you want. Can make him kind of a jack of all trades. That just alleviates any weak spots you might have. But the Pulse we had brought up earlier, Eddie introducing this operator into round number 1 for Consulate. He's already provided a lot of info that there seems to be some sort of admin overclear, but it's only by 1 attacker. If you can time this Nitro Cell correctly with that cardiac sensor, this could be an early opening kill for Luminosity.
Wi-Fi's getting ready. Just waiting for the call. It's Oda with the opening pick on to Kickthrow. The Legion dead very early, and his support dead too. Silent falls next. That's the Caveira down. Early 2-man advantage here for LG. Eddie's still scanning, but now Wi-Fi being tracked by the Deimos is going to be forced downstairs, leaving his Pulse alone, or at least forcing the Pulse to back off as well. Those early 2 picks from Oda really paying dividends.
That was the person I wanted to highlight during the pre-show was Oda's success in finding those impactful kills, several 4Ks and 3Ks alike during their close qualifier run. This could be the moment for LG to spark back up. C4 narrowly missing, and there's that Inox scanner. Oda on the hunt. He's looking for more damage, and this might force Luminosity's extension back into the bomb site whilst there's still a 5v3 in a minute for Bliss.
Wi-Fi also forced back now by the Jackal. Or remember, these are the kinds of situations that LG were in, that SSG continuously put them in over and over again, and yet they were still coming out on top. You can never count this team out, but Oda is looking to do just that as Eddie attempts to climb the spiral staircase and is shut down. 3 kills to open the map for the Jackal. A kill from below from Surf will put things in a little bit more doable situation, but Oda now with a quad, all up against Wi-Fi, and it's an ace for the Jackal. Team Bliss take round 1 by storm, and Oda with all 5.
Incredible play from Oda throughout the entirety of that round. Plenty of info provided with the Inox scanners, working off of his teammates to create space and deal with the initial threat, because sure, Luminosity, they had the cardiac sensor, they had a little bit of info as to what Bliss were going for in that round, but being able to match and in fact beat the tempo that LG were trying to have during round number 1, I mean, Bliss just proved a point that they cannot be trampled on by a couple of loose roamers across the map. It'll need to be a full team effort by Luminosity if they want to win that entry game, or playing a little more passive, hoping that Bliss stall out via their own lack of time management. But so far, it seems like Bliss on Consulate have a very structured plan when it comes to clearing out this map to its entirety.
And it is one of the reasons why LG, against Space Station, found themselves in man deficit so often, is because kind of these extended roamers on their own little islands, isolated from the rest of their team. Sometimes they would get a kill, sometimes they would get picked off, and in this case, Bliss, with that huge opener from Oda, I mean, the perfect operators to counter that kind of play style are Jackal and Deimos. This time, they'll drop the Jackal, figuring that, you know, on piano, your roam is not going to be necessarily quite as extended as it would be on the basement. LG now opting for the Solus and the Fenrir, 2 operators who, at one point, were incredibly powerful. Now they're good. They've been brought back to earth just a little bit. But again, pay attention to Eddie, who's on that pulse, looking to hold downstairs along with Surf and do his best Canadian impression here.
Oda now off the Jackal onto the IQ. This could be a direct counter to the previously spotted pulse. But also DarkZero now on Solus. It's a great operator for providing info, shutting down drones early on, which Bliss has lost about just half of their drone economy so far. Solus can also be used to stop a plant. Maybe Oda can counteract that by detecting where Solus is currently positioned and using that information to have his teammates hunt them down. Not only that, but Deimos still in the playing field for Wettables, having that shotgun, plenty of stop destruction, and the death mark trackers, which now locate Solus's position. They have an inkling as to how LG are trying to set up to stop that plant if it were to go down, as Bliss now, I believe officially, have cleared out this top floor and are looking to get vertical into the bomb site.
At the very least, the Solus is in a very passive position down those yellow stairs, and Eddie could very easily help cover for her. So DarkZero not really in any danger. The danger for Bliss, however, is that they do have a full top clear, yes, which is very important, but do they have anything to stop these players, especially that Pulse and Solus, from having any say over how the execute goes from below? Bliss will likely have to dispatch at least 1 or 2 members to deal with them as the Pulse continues to scan away. It looked like Wettables is right outside the bomb site window, and Oda, who got the ace in the previous round, takes the first bit of damage, but it's silent with the first death. Fisho guy will fell him. It looks like there's no response from LG until Wi-Fi strikes. Brendo now dead. The Nomad is on the floor, but she's likely already used all her air jabs, and LG have lost Silence C4.
Not a lot of utility to stop this plant either, but again, Eddie down below, still in garage. 2 nades tossed out, that'll force away DarkZero. But close quarters with that shotgun could be very dangerous if Bliss are not expecting it, but they're doing such a great job of forcing out the Solus, making her uncomfortable. But there it is. Buckshot to the face, almost good for 2, but Wettable shuts that down. But there's only 10 seconds left. Fisho guy clears out the last player in the bomb site, and they'll attempt to stick this plant. Pulse looking for the cardiac sensor, the C4 from down below. A readjustment once again, and it's far too late. The C4 goes off, but it doesn't connect onto a single soul, and Surf will be forced to retake it. A 1 versus 2. Wettables down the bench hallway will eliminate him before he finds any more damage. And now it's Eddie looking to hop outside, but Wettables yet again closes the round for his team, and that's Bliss, now good for 2.
Already a timeout from LG. You could see the miscommunication happening live on our screen with Eddie attempting to grab the C4 kill, but there were pings on that ram, John. They pinged her. So Eddie had to have known, or at least should have known, and it should have had it communicated to him that the ram was moving and no longer on the C4 spot that he had planned for initially. But after she moved and after the ping, Eddie had thrown it up anyway. And that C4, that missed C4 right there, could have very well lost them the round. Plus, it looked like the holes were not opened all the way in the top of the wall to allow for that C4 to accurately and easily go down. Obviously, it was still doable, but just not quite as easy. And then having to retake there, very difficult, especially against the Deimos and how powerful that revolver is. I believe that was 3 kills for Wettables in that round, getting the first on the stairs and then the last 2. Great attempt from, I believe that was Kixro on the Solus with the shotgun, almost able to shut down Wettables, and that could have also been the round win for LG. But now taking the time out, Vivid having a chance to talk with the team and probably try to amend those communication issues that we just saw.
Yeah, that was one issue Bliss had during their closed qualifier run, was a lack of real trade presence in the final couple of games they played on both Nighthaven Labs and Border, I think it was. But in this case, Wettables did a phenomenal job of trading out every single one of his teammates, keeping that man advantage alive, and keeping the site presence secure. Again, once you had lost that Nitro Cell and Cardiac Sensor combination, it was a pretty easy cakewalk there for Bliss just to sit in sight and wait for the retake, because they knew both Surf and the Pulse were down below, and holding that long hallway with a revolver, a simple 2-shot punches them down. So for Bliss, not only do they have a strong entry presence so far in this game, but they're doing a great job of trading in those dire 30 seconds, where for a moment it looked like Bliss might have struggled to get into the bomb site, but they just managed to scrape through because of those trades.
And thanks to all those flashes, too. We saw them playing the Buck and the Deimos flashes and the nades to try and force that Solus back to allow them into the building in the first place. We have an admin side extension from one player on LG. It's Kixro on the Sentry. He's got C4 in pocket that he could possibly use on the window. Eddie with close support should he need to rotate over, but it looks like Bliss are pretty focused on the console repel and the typical push that we see. One Goyo pack already being burned, I believe, by a Zero Cam from Wettables or one of those Rotero drones from Brendo. Either or works. It looks like they've got a free drone in sight too. LG doesn't see this, and that's in the A site, so they can see if anyone's attempting to try and stop this plant from afar.
Now again, unlike last game, Grim is in play. He can create a lot of space with those nano swarms and provide info. On top of that, there's Argus cams as well, wielded by Wettables. So you mentioned the drone that snuck its way into the bomb site. On top of that, you have 2 other operators who can cycle plenty of info for their teams. And now they almost had a cutoff angle by the single wall, but looks like Wettables is trying to dodge that mute jammer. The second attempt on that hard breach canister will do the trick just fine. And now LG have to be a little more aware of this meeting presence, and they cannot just solo focus on this window plan.
Kixro, the player over by admin, gets the first pick, a follow-up from Silent, but 2 in response from Bliss. One of them from Wettables, who was able to just vault in through that breach, the catering breach, and get a kill. Wi-Fi caught with a smoke in his hand. And now Kixro just at 20 HP. He's dead, and Bliss have come alive, winning the round and going up 3-0.
Despite the timeout, despite the small reset attempted by Luminosity, they were only able to at least slow down the initial attack. Again, Bliss's trades have been their saving grace so far in these past couple of rounds, and everyone responded there at the exact same time. You had the cutoff angle by the window repel near Khan. You had Wettables getting active in the building. You had Fisho Guy right behind him as well. Everybody right now is doing their job and performing, so even if they lose that entry, Luminosity are not able to just comfortably sit on the bomb site and have their utility to stop that plant. Not only that, but a side note, because of all that extra information they had in the round, despite their teammates dying early on, like Oda, for example, on that opening death, he can still communicate to his teammates where Luminosity are playing at, and if they're susceptible to any angles Bliss can wield outside whilst they're still trying to get into the building, which saved them quite a lot of hassle that they could have had by maybe losing out on a couple of extra bodies and having things in a 4 versus 2, for example.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Still can't believe Wettables was able to just jump through the breach, get a kill, and jump back out.
Yep. That was inspiring.
That was pure bravery.
Yep.
And once again, we have the Jackal Deimos combo. A fierce combination from Bliss. We saw Oda get the ace here round 1. They've got the Glaz to boot. And smokes from the Ram. So we could be looking at just a direct, but they do have players upstairs dedicated to trying to clear out Kixrow. That's going to be Oda's main job, probably while the rest of the team clears out the other side of the map. Initial C4 attempt does miss. Now Kixrow has been targeted, and he's going to have to back off. He does get sporadic info on the Deimos' position as well, but of course the advantage is always going to go to Wedables here. But Silent instead with the opening pick on Brendo, and that Glaz, my favorite operator, is dead first.
That's a lie. Your favorite operator is Grim. You cannot be telling the stream this kind of false information. Kixrow just brazenly peeks Fisho guy, and that's the Ram eliminated. Buck hopping in, caught by a goo mine. Silent will capitalize off that information. And all of a sudden, Luminosity, they seem to be re-emerging from the ashes, seem to be rising up a little bit. Inox Scanner goes off, that'll detect Legion. They realize that this top floor is now forfeit, but caught in 2 goo mines. That will prolong his clear by a couple of extra seconds. And with that info, Surf will pop a gas canister. The Jackal is stuck. Oda has to play the waiting game here as all of Luminosity has now fallen back down below except one player inside of Closet holding onto the diffuser outside the map, and Bliss are trying to rotate to secure it, I think.
I mean, Oda just took 21 damage from goo mines. They might be
Yeah,
giving
that
up
was
on it
insane.
here. Wedables looks like he just wants to try and walk into the site. The drone upstairs is so far afield, he'll waste so much time trying to get that back. Kixrow attempting to watch his back. Here comes the Jackal, and Oda's not gun up, giving Kixrow the kill. Wedables now in a 1 versus 5 as LG have made a beautiful adaptation to the way Bliss was playing. Finding out that a lot of these trades from Bliss were not happening by re-swinging angles, but by that kind of constrictor playstyle we see from a lot of teams pressuring different points at once and catching the defenders' backs instead of re-swinging the same angle. So what do LG do? They figure Bliss are going to try and do the same thing again. While they do all push at the same time, they tend to push in different places. LG got a lot more active and started to meet Bliss as they entered the building, and it paid dividends. Now 4 players left to find for Wedables, only 15 seconds to do so. Gas canister finally gets burnt. The shotgun close does not work for the kill, but Silent luckily has the immediate refrag, and LG are on the board.
Yeah, you made a great point, Harrison, of Luminosity realizing, okay, Bliss, they're playing together in a phenomenal way, but why and how? That's mainly off the back of taking their time and setting up in the first minute to minute and a half to then be able to push in to 1 position or 2 positions on the map at the same time. And again, that requires a lot of setup and a lot of time. So beating Bliss to the punchline on that, LG play aggressive. They play in the faces of Bliss and try to take those 1v1 gunfights so Bliss are physically unable to play that trade game, and that nets them 3 different kills on the roam and flatlines Bliss's attack before they even had a chance of droning the basement floor and the rest of the first floor as well, since Kixrow, I believe, was the player who was still up there holding that diffuser outside the closet window. So that was a phenomenal adaptation by Luminosity, just to prove a point that although they've lost 3 rounds in a row, they are still very much so alive in this competition, and they want to keep things close against Bliss. Oddly enough, similar to DarkZero versus GK2, just different sides now.
Yeah, definitely still in this game.
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
We actually look back to their game against SSG on this map. They went 4-2 on their defense and then 3-3 on the attack. So while the best they can get here now is 3-3 on the defense, they are certainly no slouches on the other side, despite how defensively skewed this map tends to be.
Bliss hoping to alleviate the problem of not having anyone close enough to trade. They've got a cutoff angle established by Fisho guy on the Ram, allowing Oda to hop in, realizing no one here is playing close. And that cutoff angle works! Perfect situational awareness by Bliss, and the idea of Luminosity beating Bliss to the punchline does not work out in round number 5, as Bliss already have admin control and a man advantage, but Eddie so far is refusing to give up this position by Projector, and Surf is just ahead of him, playing behind the shield, waiting for Bliss to try to challenge him.
This is the fastest that Bliss have been, even in the building so far this map. Off the back of that cutoff, and Surf forced away by the nade and the two-piece from Oda. Unsuccessful trade attempt from the smoke. Silent and Eddie find themselves now in a 2 versus 5. Eddie with 1, looking for another, turns away at the wrong moment, and Oda is good for 3. Silent alone in the 1 versus 4.
Tough spot to be in here for sure by Silent. There's still a minute 20 as well, Harrison. This is like the worst place you could be on Earth. Bliss have well over a minute to gather info. You find a nice 1-for-1, but again, that directly tells the rest of Blitz where you are. You're playing yellow stairs. The bomb site is up for grabs, and if you're a little faster here, you hold that cutoff, and that's what Fish is doing up above on the vertical. He eliminates the last person standing by LG, and a well-needed adjustment there was instantly nabbed by Bliss, playing together early on in that round to stop LG's forward aggression. And one thing our observer highlighted really well, on top of that too, was the lack of utility to really assist Surf playing there. So because Eddie was inside a projector, not able to directly hold a line of sight to assist the Warden, all it took was one grenade to clear him out and someone swinging off that explosion. So again, Bliss, fantastic job with their situational awareness, not only expecting LG to play aggressive, but acknowledging what weak points they have in their extension and who they can ice it.
And you know why they didn't have any utility on that shield? Because Kixro was Wamai. He was supposed to be the one to protect that shield, but he ended up dying early. If you're going to have someone play an aggressive position like that where you know Team Bliss are going to want to push, you cannot have it be your Wamai, especially when we've seen Team Bliss use their throwables with incredible proficiency. Their throwable usage has been incredible. You need that Wamai to stay up. Why would you not place the castle or the mute, someone who's already used their utility in an active position like that, and have Kixro play passive? Instead, they did the opposite, and like you said, nothing to protect that shield because Wamai got maybe 1 disc down at that point, or 2. And if they were down, they certainly weren't there to help protect that shield. Now, we go back to the top floor once again for Luminosity. They're 0 for 1 on this bomb site. Once again, we have the Grim and the Zero coming through for Bliss. They're looking to start with this top floor clear again. Starting with admin side, Luminosity, it's up to them to not get killed by the same cutoff that they've been, and it's Silent instead to try and turn the story around. Surf with the follow-up on the Sage, and that's 2 early picks both on flank watch operators.
Tough spot here for Bliss. Run out attempted by Silent. Seems only to be a bait just to scare away Wettables. He's already on top of that rappel safely behind that hard wall as he opens it up with a pocket breach. And a much better start for LG, a well-needed one at that too, since you mentioned their previous scoreline on Consulate was 2-4 against them whilst defending. So if they can secure this round, since they already have that man advantage, they should be looking a little more comfortable and maybe even confident when playing these next few rounds. And they're Surf by the vending machine, scoring at least 1 kill. That 1-for-1 trade is all you need playing in a def spot by LG, because you already have that man advantage, and you dwindled away some of the last sets of nano swarms that Fisho guy has. That was his last set of Bs, and there's no more Argus cameras. So although you have a lot of time to kill here for Bliss, LG, they are way better off in terms of utility and manpower.
Especially being able to go 1-for-1 with Oda, who's been so dangerous for Bliss, but that's certainly not to say the other two aren't good as well. But Eddie with the shotgun to take down both Wettables and Fisho guy on this small angle on the footholds. LG at least recover 2 points in the half, but is it too little too late? Now they work onto their attack where they went 3-3 against SSG, and an even split here will lose them the map.
It's a close call. Put themselves into now. 3-3 half would have been a lot more comfortable against Bliss, who really came out of the gate swinging in this first half. 3 rounds in a row, and starting the match with an ace by Oda and a 3K from Wettables. I mean, that's impressive. No other way to slice it. We're going to meeting room starting out here for Bliss's defense. Plenty of utility emphasized here. Info with the goo mines, some bulletproof cameras to boot as well, and stall potential with those Toxic Babes and Goyo Vulcan canisters, whereas LG, they also have plenty of utility for themselves, plus information. A lot of space making here too, with both the Capitao and Grim. Maybe we'll see an admin take by them. That wouldn't be too shocking overall, and instead of having Buck, they'll introduce the Sentry into play. Actually, the Striker, I believe, is into play. The Sentry is on defense, if I'm not mistake. And that's probably just extra utility for that shield and bending that we've seen destroyed so many times now by Blitz once they were attacking.
Luminosity seem also very interested in an admin overtake. It's been pretty popular on this map. You get a lot of control for not a whole lot of work. It's kind of like how Solar used to be on Chalet until people figured out how to defend it. Bliss do have, it looks like one player admin side right now. I'm sure there's someone placed pretty close by so that they can support him, but for now it looks like there was only one player directly protecting admin. It's the Mute, who's actually in cafeteria. He's very forward here. Lots of windows he's going to have to worry about if he wants to fall back.
I think waiting for a sound cue, someone's hopping in from their rappel, so he throws a C4 over the wall. Not a bad play whatsoever. The flash being tossed away. Deathmark track not going to connect because someone is standing on top of the Mute Jammer that will deny the info for Luminosity. There's that C4 we were hinting at, but it's going to be a dud, not connecting on anyone clearing out this admin side of the map. And at this point, Luminosity are pretty sure that Oda is still inside this blocked position. They've opened up the single wall now as a cutoff towards the bomb site, but there's actually an assist here by Brendo watching this doorway, tags a bit of damage, and maybe distracting the offense from thinking if Oda's still here, and that secures the opener for Bliss. Oda dashes away, but LG's planting the diffuser inside of Council. The Vulcan pack will detonate at just the right time, and Eddie got concerned. He was worried he would die there and get off the plant. That allows Bliss to readjust, and now they're up by 2.
And then in that exposed baguette position we talked about last map, Silent dies. Kixer finally gets a kill for his team, but Eddie is getting the time bled out of him. Wenables finishes him with a C4, and Bliss with a dominant round number 7. Eddie's so close to getting the plant down. I think it was a 50-50 shot whether or not he would have been able to get it or not. But being forced out, and then LG operating off of a man deficit, feeling as if they had to get active. Bliss just had everything covered there, shutting down the admin push and denying the plant. Now up by 3 rounds.
All the right tools for the job. The back wall could not be opened up, so Oda could comfortably sit just by admin. He gets that first opening kill on the surf, a lot of utility down the drain. And as LG try to readjust, again, there's more utility there to greet them. Those Vulcan packs forcing Eddie off the plant. Nitro Cell going off, so once he hops back in, he is immediately blown up. The rest of Blitz as well, just making sure if anyone tries to creep up yellow, they can shut that down too. This has been an incredible showing by them, and they seem very comfortable against Luminosity here on Consulate. And another thing to mention, Harrison, LG are out of timeout, so all the momentum Bliss now gain, there isn't really much LG can do about it except just hope for the best and that they can learn enough on the spot to maybe when the bomb site's reintroduced, they have a better job of counteracting it.
Yeah, that timeout again was really, really early. Typically, we don't see teams do that until later in the half for this very reason. They're not going to be able to stop any momentum from Bliss should they take a second round in a row here. LG now with Dokkaebi, Jackal, and Lion. Tons of very oppressive operators. I mean, you can even count Grim in that camp. Looking to push on the piano. No hard breach though, so this is going to be probably completely be coming from upstairs, yellow side through that doorway. None of it from main lobby, where a lot of times teams will open that wall because it's such an important cutoff.
Well, single wall opened up once again. Surf expecting the aggression there. Oda at least having all of his utility placed throughout the round. It's just a body that's being taken off the board. But the Logi bombs and line scanners going off as well provide sufficient coverage here for LG to creep their way above. Pixar just waiting now for someone to peek him through this double door. Even the hallway he's currently guarding over. This man advantage 2 being extremely helpful now, making Bliss a little uneasy with all this info being thrown at them. Might not be expecting this engagement. The Frost surely was, but Sage cannot win that confrontation. Now up by 2 here. Luminosity still clearing out this top floor, and as Guy tries to re-aggress, he is annihilated by Kixro. Silent catches Wettables off screen. That leaves only Brendo now, and off that drone, his position is well known.
Whole minute 20 for LG to play with. Wi-Fi loses the fight. Now 1-6, not having a great game, but Silent is there to finish the round, and LG will stave off match point, at least for now. Again, a much better round, but a little bit of over-aggression at the beginning from Oda, just staring out the open double door, as maybe trying to run out on the guy on the rappel, but early opening pick for LG, and then of course Kixro being able to sneak his way up, and Sage some crucial missed shots there on the Frost. Now 2-round deficit for LG to work themselves out of, but Bliss, I'm sure, again, with the lead that they had, probably not sweating that round too much. GG, go next, we'll go down to the basement. They got that Tuberau and the Cade to help lock down that wall, and most importantly, John, they're now bringing a clash, and LG are going to need to bring, most likely, some sort of dedicated utility to deal with her, because she is so oppressive on the garage, where these wide, not necessarily wide, but long, narrow hallways that a clash can just sit and hold down.
10 seconds to go.
Definitely benefit for something like a Capitao or a Zoe
5
here.
seconds to insertion.
Luminosity instead just sticking to a pretty stock standard lineup, maybe looking to deal with her off of the vert instead.
It's not a bad idea. However, it could be a bit of a challenge if they're not able to have a proper roam clear in this round. If they're not able to get that vertical, or at least detect where the Clash is playing at, this could be a pretty open environment for Guy rather than it be the other way around. Early Logi Bomb, maybe just to allow this clear above via the drones to be a bit faster if they don't hear any audible calls through that Dokkaebi gadget. That could allow them just to put their drones a floor lower and not worry so much about this admin side of the map, about this council side of the map, and that seems to be the case. Like you mentioned, stock standard lineup here by LG. They've got plenty of info to flush out potential roam threats and buck for the vertical. So in this case, the Nitro cells here by both the Tuberau, Cade, and even Warden by Oda once again, someone we've highlighted now numerous times, they'll be the key factors to try to eliminate people going above and getting these cutoff angles. One thing to note as well, the Tuberau Zoto canister, if that's thrown at the right time, that can not only stop the hatch of the wall from being opened up, but also slow somebody down to make them more susceptible to a siege.
This is kind of a crazy play from Kixro. You see that? He just started walking down yellow, trying to find an early pick.
Yeah, not a care in the world.
Wall does get open, so the Electro Claw dealt with from the vert. No Tuberau canister to speak of. Wi-Fi doing a lot of really good work upstairs here above the site. Not able to find a pick just yet, but is doing his job and forcing these players back. And because the wall is left closed, the Thermite doesn't have to go directly on the hatch. You can go behind, and now you both open up a different angle to watch through because the wall is open, but that Cade Claw, pretty useless there. Now the Clash comes into play. Wi-Fi can just barely see the leg, gets a bullet down onto the leg, but that's all he'll get. So the shield is still able to persist now. With a minute left, LG are going to need a quick solution to deal with her.
Don't have a lot going for them. Maybe some flashes just to blind her, but that's the best they can do right now. Speaking of those flashes being tossed above, hoping they can just catch somebody by surprise. Final Dokkaebi call in play for LG as they're looking to hit the go button, but Thermite barrels his way in, and the Clash shield is what finishes him off. These long and deadly angles through the horizontal playing field by Bliss are enough to halt Luminosity's execute.
LG not expecting the long angles, I guess. Down by, I believe, initially one of the DMRs from either Brendo and Sage, and finished by the Clash. Another drop comes through, this time from Wi-Fi. So many angles to try and look at. Looking for the Cade, but can't spot him. Wettables now on for 3, looking for a 4th. He'll nab it. Surf is the only one left. Shuts down the Cade from above, but Guy drops the shield to finish the round. And Bliss are on match point.
Off the back of just, I wouldn't say punishing LG, but yeah, it seems just about that. We talked about right tools for the job by Bliss whilst they've been defending, and they've continued to bring these very annoying operators that halt Luminosity's plan A. And again, that's one of the big problems with a team that doesn't have a lot of international experience, is not expecting something that is just kind of out of your typical playbook, right? You rarely see a Clash in play altogether, let alone on such a clunky map like Consulate. So having her in play, that not only provided a lot of info for Bliss to work off of any potential picks, but also it stopped the main plan by LG, which was to get their thermite inside the map through that open breach and to plant the diffuser, forcing a post plant. Because they killed that thermite, that forced everyone by LG that was holding vertical for the post plant to then drop down below and face these really taxing angles that Bliss were holding across the basement floor. So altogether, Bliss, with their just initial utility emphasis by one operator, just led to this beautiful domino effect that Luminosity could not stop from falling down.
And I really like the switch up now from Bliss. Going to a site that is not often played in servers tellers and giving Bliss, or giving LG a completely different look in terms of play style. All three defenses they've played so far leaning very heavily into utility and stall, right? On round 7, their first defense, they had Goyo, Smoke, Legion, Mute, all this stuff to delay. Round 9, or round 8, they had, again, Legion, Castle, Frost, Mute. More delay utility. Look at what they just brought. They brought a Clash. They had Tuber Cade combo. Now they are full going in with utility. Mira and Pulse in combination with the Banshees. You can even get info from that Capcan trap too. Tons of info at Bliss's disposal. They'll likely be playing the round a lot more aggressively too here. It's probably something that LG are not used to.
Aji Bomb going off. The single wall opened up as well, leading down that hallway. Seems like there's a drop here by the Zofia, but Sage is waiting with a C4 at his disposal. Blows up the Zofia. That's a man advantage once again for Team Bliss, as they are just waiting for LG to enter the building. They've got positions by bench, looking down that yellow hallway, expecting this aggression, and there's no one here to help out Kixro. He's walking in blind, defenseless to Brendo's rifle. And Luminosity with a shield in use as well. They only have 2 active guns, and quite frankly, not a lot to really make space against these mirror windows, and even Banshees plus Capcan traps too.
You can see how much time it takes to clear these Capcan traps too. You gotta stare at each side of the door frame before you know it's clear to move in. Banshee's stopping this blitz as well. He's forced to use the smokes just to try and get in the room. C4 comes out. I don't know where it went. It sounds like it may have missed. I don't hear it. Wi-Fi with the kill on the Brendo. Silent the follow-up, though. Now we're in a 3-on-3. Fisho guy, though, gonna amend that. Taking out Wi-Fi on the spiral stairs. It's all up to the Ash and the Blitz, and a 2 versus 3. 1 C4 out. Only does about 40 damage, so Eddie's still alive and still strong. 50 seconds for LG to make their move. Capcan, at least on the site door, is now dealt with. But remember, the Pulse is still alive, and he's downstairs. He'll be able to call out the info and very easily deny this plant. Eddie quickly deals with the Capcan trap, but Fisho deals with Silent. And the Blitz is now stuck in the clutch, staring down multiple players. The shield is designed for 1 versus 1s. Now getting shot in the back. It's the C4 from below to finally do him in. And Team Bliss with a 7-3 victory. They shut down LG, deny the newcomers of their first international victory, and have a dominant start to this Esports World Cup.
Bliss as well, really firing on all cylinders. Even Sage getting some action there, that C4 kill to stop any lurk presence from down below. I mean, everyone just had a part to play in that series, and it was double digits as well by both Oda and Wettables, I think, too. Just killer performance on Consulate. They never gave Luminosity room to breathe. They forced an early timeout, which left them kind of disoriented later in the game and weren't able to catch their breath really at all once they had switched sides, which you highlighted, Harrison, because they only found 2 round wins in their first half. That didn't leave them a lot of room to kind of readjust or take their time whilst they're on the new half. And Bliss just kept throwing new obstacles at them. Again, plenty of stall ops like the smoke Goyo that you traditionally see, but also Clash being added into the pool as well, which Luminosity could not figure out how to deal with that, which left a lot of free rounds for the taking by Bliss, which they gladly capitalized on.
Yeah, LG had such a big advantage in that basement round too, and they had the buck going to work. They forced all the defenders back, but ended up, like you said, giving up on the clash, I guess, and just dropping in, dying to the long angles. And then that final round, I love Bliss giving them a completely new look. LG did not expect there to be 2 different guys swinging the tunnel breach with a C4, ending up killing, I believe that was a Surf on the Zoe. So incredible stuff from Team Bliss. Love to see it. Again, they just keep looking better and better and better with every event they play at.
Yeah, and I think we'll get to see them later in our morning as well, because we're covering that winners bracket. So I'm really looking forward to see if they can keep that momentum in their favor, and maybe their current opponents as well might want to have Consulate banned because how clinical they were at clearing out the map. Again, that early info with the death mark trackers, the Inox scanners, that's what Backpack Oda and Wettables to have so much success at halting any kind of retake or trade by Luminosity whilst they were on the defense. And then again, transitioning onto their second half, they were just as clinical. I really got to give props to Bliss here for not allowing a new team like LG to really get the upper hand against them or do anything surprising.
Yeah, they did a great job of controlling the pace pretty much the whole game on attack. They were, like you said, they set up for about a minute and a half, and then very decisively would work their way in, constrict that defense, and then on their own defense, kind of playing to LG's weakness as the utility game and not really allowing them to get ahead in those gunfights. Consulate, I mean, like I said before, Team Bliss hadn't played it since SI, and they'd been banning it pretty consistently. They banned it every single match of the Manchester Major, so kind of makes me wonder why they weren't bringing it out in the Major if they had this in their back pocket, but again, maybe just saving the map for a rainy day like this.
Well, it seems like LG have been kind of reined in on. They are forced to go down to the losers bracket. Not the best start you would really like to have in your first international debut, but they didn't, lose completely one-sided. They had a couple of moments where they did fight back. It was just, again, that lack of adaptability and lack of experience that definitely showed against Bliss, which, again, they may have not won a lot of major events, but they have qualified for a lot of them. So glad to see they are still right about where they've been placement-wise.
And now we can take a look at the updated bracket for Group A. Team Bliss winning their game against LG, and it looks like Liquid are victorious against PSG Talon. I really thought Talon were going to take that. It ended up being, I don't know yet. Never mind. Wikipedia's not updated. So, ends up being Team Bliss versus Team Liquid in the semifinal. LG up against.
It is the winner of LG Bliss, which is Bliss. And then, oh yeah, you're right. No, our Bliss game is actually fourth. My mistake. You're correct. It is the winner of BDS Cruelty and then the winner of SSG W7M. So that's our next matchup inside of the Group A bracket. Plenty of banter between these two teams, despite W7M now having a new roster. Plenty of them still originating from old Brazilian teams. And BDS, they're the back-to-back winners of Gamers 8. This could be their moment to qualify and get into playoff contention, but they've got one more best of one gatekeeping them.
Yeah, can you imagine going back to back to back in a $2 million tournament? That's pretty crazy.
I can't. I really can't. They just know something that we don't. If that were the case.
I guess so. And we take a look at the lower bracket portion of Group A2. Again, Talon versus LG for elimination, SSG versus Cruelty for elimination too. So unfortunately, that's just the way it goes. We're gonna have to say goodbye to two of those teams, I believe, later today, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I think so.
I'm not sure. I think the BO3s are. I think the BO3s are later.
Okay.
Either way, next game still on the BO1s. This is for playoffs. BDS, who have not changed since the beginning of this year, since adding Yuzus and Solotov versus the new W7M. Of course, the old W7M is now Furia. This is the remnants of what was once Los, the core being, I believe, Dots, Dash, and Loben. And they've got a couple newcomers with them as well. So this should also be a good game. Both teams with plenty of LAN experience, but of course, might just have to lean a little bit towards BDS. They were, of course, second place at Manchester, and at least for the last couple years, they have the Saudi buff.
With that being said, we have that BDS match just around the corner, so we'll hop into a short break and return soon enough.
what your clothes are for. And I can tell what you're looking for. And I could lie and say you ain't my type, but it feels right, I know right. And it looks like you just might make me wanna say, damn, baby, whoa, you're in full control. Cause you make me surrender to your love. Now I wanna say, damn, I gotta catch myself. I can't let go of the girl I know. Got me, I keep it on the low. Your fire burns right into my soul. Like a light, turn me on the moon. You're all I need, all I wanna know. So, what you want, really, really want. Got me so weak, keep your loving strong. Never ever thought I'd be the one to fall. So deep at all, so deep in love. What you want, really, really want. Got me so weak, keep your love.
Welcome back, everyone, for Game 3 between BDS and W7M. Of course, W7M being the remnants of what was once LOS, and BDS, the French squad, who have been pretty dominant for, oh my god, how long has it been now? The last few years. Oh, I think something's wrong with John's connection again. So again, yeah, BDS been dominant for quite a bit, really since I feel like since the inception of the roster. They broke out onto the main stage, and they've been consistent ever since. Most recently, placing second at the Manchester Major to Beast Coast. Back again, we've talked about how both Gamers 8 so far, BDS were victorious in. They're trying to go for the three-peat. Atlanta, they had a little bit of a slip up. I think that was the biggest shock so far in BDS's recent history, was Atlanta finishing 5th through 8th. But then, they've had a resurgence in 2024, and they're looking to win again.
Had WSNM as the new name. I guess I'm still muted. Oh, just kidding. We're fixed.
You're good.
It's all back to normal. As I was saying, you mentioned the Atlanta Major for BDS, and now the new version of W7M, primarily LOS 1 team members, also played in that major and just fell short, being the finalists, but not winning that series as well. So both teams having a lot of close contention matches under their belt. It's so far just been BDS to be the team that has solidified those positions, excluding, of course, the Manchester Major, which Beast Coast took that event by storm. They were the top of their lead instead of the NAL, and then also did phenomenal against one of the best teams Europe has had to offer in a long time.
Yeah, whereas W7M, from that performance, that really good performance in Atlanta, have not really been able to replicate it. They didn't even make Manchester. They were absent. So they're obviously looking to get back on the horse, try and replicate that successful LAN experience they had back in Atlanta. BDS, Bride, Shaiko, and Likifak have become the 3 core. They added Solotov and Uzis at the beginning of this year, and it seems that, again, after that Atlanta slip-up, those 2 players have given them the resurgence they needed. They came first in EUL. They came second at the Manchester Major, and as we keep mentioning, they are looking to go back to back to back in Saudi.
Bride and Likifak as well, the 2 primary MVP players during that Manchester Major, and you also mentioning Shaiko, that's been their core roster, but their new additions have also been phenomenal as well. It'll be a tough hill to climb for W7M, because in this new roster, they have not had a lot of experience besides in Brazil Stage 1, and then the closed qualifiers for EWC as well. Not to mention the LCQ that they tried to win to get into the Manchester Major. We've highlighted a couple of times, but they just fell short. I believe losing to Furia, the old iteration of W7M as well. So although these players have had past experience on other Pro League teams, they still have a lot of growing to do inside of these international events, Harrison.
They actually, I think Furia... Did Furia already qualify? Because I think I think Furia already qualified in the league itself, and in the LCQ, W7M ended up getting knocked out by Liquid. Yeah,
that's what it was.
W7M, Dots, Dash, and Loban coming from the old LOS 1 roster, and then Dodes and Volps being added, I believe, at the beginning of this year. And then again, we've kind of hammered home the point that they have not been able to replicate that performance from Atlanta, and after a almost last place finish, 13th through 16th place finish at SI 2024, that's when they decided it was time to make a change. They had an okay Brazil stage. They ended up finishing 4th. It was in the playoffs that they actually ended up losing to E1 Sports in the semifinal, and then that's where they lost to Furia in the 3rd place qualification match, and just could not make Manchester. They went from 2nd place at a major to 13th through 16th at SI, and then not even making Manchester. So this is a big, I think, redemption tournament now for W7M, trying to prove that they can be as competitive as they once were. Just like in Atlanta, they're off to a great start. They take down SSG quite dominantly too in a 7-3, especially on Cafe. Not something I was expecting, but they're able to take a statement win over BDS here. I think they're back in the forefront of everyone's mind.
Absolutely. You talked about redemption arc, Harrison. This is the team you could start that arc on. Again, SSG, they've been a decent team in North America, but internationally, they've always fallen short quite a few times in their recent major events. Whereas BDS, they've not only gotten close inside of major events, even won them, but they've done phenomenal inside of Gamers 8. Maybe the map could dictate how the pacing of this best of one series pans out. Already a Cafe and Bank ban, though. I believe Cafe was one of the few maps that BDS had ended up winning inside of their past major, if not played very close against Beast Coast, now BCC9, who did not, of course, qualify for EWC. So I'm interested in seeing if we're going to get maybe a third consulate in a row. I would hope not, Harrison, but it's the final three.
Oh, it's
there it is. Thank you, BDS. Thank you.
And Skyscraper, it brings us to Night Haven Labs. So these two teams, I don't believe, have played each other this year at all. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because I remember BDS didn't even make SI, and then W7M didn't make Manchester. So they have not had the opportunity to play each other just yet. So this will be the first time they meet. In terms of this map in particular on Labs, BDS have not played this map this year at all. They have shied away from Labs a little bit. It's been banned against them more than they've banned it, but still no plays on it is a little bit of a cause for concern, because there's always two ways it goes. Either they end up being shockingly good at it and they've been hiding it all this time, or we find out that there's a very good reason why they haven't been playing it and they kind of stink it up. On the other side, for W7M Labs, they're actually negative on. They're 2-4. Their most recent play being against Team Liquid in that losing LCQ game. They lost this map 5-7. So not the greatest history for W7M, especially recently. They're 2-2 on it if we include Brazil stage. They beat Fury on it, which is great. They also lost to FaZe. So actually, including BRS, if we go back to Brazil, they're 1-2 on it. So not great history for W7M right now, but yeah, BDS, no info on them. So they're probably going to be either really good or really bad.
Yeah, I imagine that's the idea here for BDS, is seeing that W7M have not been doing too well on this map. They're hoping they can spot out a lot of easy weaknesses, like maybe someone getting too aggressive, obviously, like on the defense, or just not doing a good job of attacking and clearing out the map. We've seen a lot of stalling so far on our two consulate best of one matches, Harrison. So that could obviously happen on Night Haven Labs, given how large the map is and how easy it can be to roam given the right environment. You've got all these info ops like Valkyrie and Solus that are still really potent, and given the fact that a lot of soft flooring too, C4 potential or plant the now just from a different floor makes a lot of sense. And with a very coordinated team like BDS who knows what they're doing, Night Haven Labs could be a pretty easy puzzle to solve. But again, we don't have a lot of bookwork to go off of for them. It's kind of a coin flip.
Yeah, Labs is a map that kind of lives and dies off of your extensions and how long you're able to hold them, how many kills you can get off of them. So BDS, have been turned into a very, very aggressive team with the departure of guys like Renshiro, and now you add Solotov and Uses, to pretty premier fraggers from the EU scene. BDS, their extensions have been looking really, really good so far this year. Their roam game is a lot stronger than it's been in the past. W7M, they're a Brazilian team, so they're very used to that, the aggressive style of play that Brazilian teams tend to bring out, and especially on Labs, that tends to work in their favor. Though, again, I just got to give the edge to BDS. More recently, BDS have been performing a lot better. We're back in Saudi Arabia, which is seems like their second home at this point. BDS are not a team that are going to bring a map out for no reason. I expect this to be the latter of the two options. I feel like BDS have been holding on to this for quite a while, and now they're bringing it out, and they're gonna show out.
Starting out on the defense as well, they could really punish a disjointed team that, again, just takes too long setting up cutoff angles, or having the right utility to clear out the map. I mean, you can have extensions on multiple fronts while defending on Nighthaven Labs. The top floor bomb site is a perfect example of that. You can play over by Khan with a rotation hole, maybe even mirror windows if she isn't banned in that round, while it's also having plenty of utility denial for both rafters and even the IT wall, which is usually a cornerstone of attacks for that top floor, and a couple of other sites that defenders like to play on and then extend up above towards that IT and rafters position. If the basics of that cannot be achieved by W7M whilst they're on the attack, that could lead to a lot of early defensive round wins for BDS and giving them a lot more breathing room when they transition sides after those 6 rounds, Harrison.
Yeah, that's going to be the dangerous thing to for W7M. If we look back again at that LCQ game they had against against Liquid on this map, they did not win a single attack.
Oof.
That's really worrying. Now, the map ended up being a 5-7 loss, so that kind of goes to show, I guess, how defender side of Brazilian Labs is. But yeah, they did not win a single round on their attack. They went 5 straight on their defense, but again, after being down 6-0, Liquid only needs to win that one, which they were successful in doing. If we go back to Brazil and their loss against FaZe, it was the first play day, or sorry, not against FaZe. Who was it? Furia in the playoffs. Labs again. It ended up being an OT. They were 3-3 both halves, which is better on the attack, not as great on the defense. Labs again, those extensions. We really got to make sure that you're holding them on as long as possible, because once you fall back onto the site, that's kind of what sets Labs apart from most maps. Falling back onto the site is not ideal, right? You're roaming to stay, especially on like storage control and basement. If you've all fallen back to the site, you've put yourself in a really difficult position. It's pretty tough to anchor on Labs.
Yeah, a lot of the bomb sites are just very tiny, or you're susceptible to vertical. For example, the basement floor bomb site's a great example of that, where you put a lot of emphasis on the roam so you can waste time and resources. And hopefully if someone gets misdroned, you have the flank opportunity from top floor working your way down below, and even having those hatches to your advantage now as a defender. And then you mentioned storage. You can just simply hop in a window and plant the diffuser if no one's above to counter you or no one's directly in sight. So like you mentioned, map control is key, not only for the offense to flush back the defenders, but obviously the defensive half too, so they can kind of keep W7M at a safe distance to fight them. One thing to note as well, the operator bans could really dictate how this map is played. We mentioned the emphasis on Ying for Consulate. She applies to a lot of maps that are very execute focused that you can kind of struggle with because you stall out too much. Ying can alleviate a lot of those problems. So maybe we'll have W7M ban her, like we just saw in our previous game between Bliss and LG, since W7M don't have a lot of experience under this new iteration that they have.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if they still need to shake off those the new pickup rust that we tend to get. We're just waiting on one more player to get in the lobby. I believe we're waiting for...
Waiting on Volps.
Volps, that's who it is. And now we're waiting for another W7M player. 2 of them. So, we'll get there when we get there, I guess. But I am glad we don't have to watch another consulate.
That would have been painstaking, yeah. 3 consulates in a row. This is just a consulate special.
Trying to see too if we have updated score. Okay. It's the Liquid game that we saw earlier from the bracket. Liquid beat PSG. That was 7-2, also on consulate.
Oh my goodness.
And Furia beat Into the Breach. So the upper bracket semi in Group B right now is DZ Furia, and that was Furia won 7-4 on Border, which I think is actually not a map they play super often. I lied. They're 4-1. Oh, they're really good at this map. Okay. No, they like Border. Into the Breach, though, also 4-1. Most recently, actually beating Team Secret on it, who are a really, really good team. Yeah, I guess down go Into the Breach. So they play Into the Breach play GK now.
It'll be interesting to see if, DarkZero kind of ego check Furia to see if they end up going to border, but we are having a couple of technical issues, so we're going to hop into a quick break and return once we have the lobby completely filled out.
Welcome back, everyone. Sorry for the break, but it looks like we finally got the tech issues resolved and all 10 players in the lobby. Just to remind you, we've got Team BDS versus W7M Esports. One team looking to continue their international dominance, and the other trying to kind of get back on the horse after a few disappointing performances this year.
BDS looking to be a clear favorite in this best of one. Not even showing Nighthaven Labs until this very game. BDS not showing off this map until facing W7M in this game, whereas W7M have had a pretty rough showing when going here, so BDS looking to capitalize on some weaknesses perhaps, and there it is. I hinted at it, BDS, if they spot a weakness on W7M's attacks on this map, they might just ban the Ying outright, and we saw that on Consulate between Bliss and Luminosity, and we're seeing it once again.
Yeah, especially if for some teams who are not great at attacking, the Yin can kind of become like a crutch, right? It's kind of a get out of jail free card in some rounds where if you can't break your way into sight, just throw a couple Candelas and there you go. Opportunity created. And BDS probably, you know, watching those VODs, seeing that W7M cannot attack this map. At least they could not at all against Liquid, not taking a single round. W7M on the other side, they know how much BDS like that Monty. They want to take him off the board. Valkyrie and Cade, good bans pretty much anywhere. You mentioned, you know, the C4 potential, how much there is on this map, and especially with how how important those extensions are. The Valkyrie is so critical for gathering that info, and now she is no longer available to the defense. So we'll see supplementary ops such as, you know, the Mira and the Legion, etc. Anything to give the defenders info. Cade rounding things out. Just annoying. That's really it. Not particularly, not like super good, but no Cade means you don't have to play Thatcher. You don't have to play Maverick. Some teams still do, especially because Bandit is on the board, but it's not necessary.
What also is typically not necessary when defending this top floor, if you bring a Mira, is really extending much into rafters. It's a pretty vulnerable spot for your team to play in, so unless you have something like an Azami, which we're seeing right now by BDS, it could be better off just to have a Mira here and play for those longer angles and also utilize the barbed wire that Solotov has, just kind of creating these sort of choke point positions for an entire quarter of the map. Another thing to note as well, the emphasis on the extensions here, because you have the deployable shield being wielded by Usis. There is a lot of areas on the map now that W7M will have to prioritize more utility when it comes to clearing out some of these areas. And like we both talked about, not having a Ying is going to make that very taxing. They'll have to bring out these frag grenades, explosive blasts by Zoe.
Yeah, no like Jaeger or Meyer anything to worry about, but flash as it is. Dode's already being able to deny the bandit trick from below thanks to the impact launcher. I'm glad they switched off the Maverick because he's definitely a little bit unnecessary here. Thatcher EMP goes out to make way for the thermite breach. I think that was an attempted C4 from the Mira to try and counter the exothermic charge, but it missed. So Dots' charge is successful. Now the IT breach is wide open. It only cost W7M about a minute.
And immediately they'll rotate elsewhere. Get this con wall opened up, but seems like Bride is just around the corner, spots the drone, and is just waiting for the audio cue. Pops down a battery a little early just to make sure this thermite cannot get the wall open for free. Whilst the rest of W7M now looks for a new area of attack. I don't think they really have enough utility to flush out that bandit, so instead they'll prioritize more of this warehouse position. I believe you've got Dots now playing down below to get that double warehouse wall opened up, maybe just putting more pressure points on the Azami, but because of that rotation, she can just walk back into sight and now play off the Mira. She's done her job by wasting about 2 minutes and is still in a very powerful position to hold this down.
Speaking of the Mira, lick it back. Now with the opening pick onto Dodes. Lobin with the refrag on Shaiko though, and he's looking to push his way further through IT. There is a man down. Bride able to get the refrag. That's Finka done and dusted. I'm surprised W7M ended up rotating the push, and Yuzus kills Volps on the rafters. Shotgun out to hold the close angle as well, and to make matters worse, Bride finishes the revive on Licky Fack. Uses is unsuccessful holding on to Raptors, but it might not matter as Dash has fallen off screen. It's all up to the Thermite, unable to do anything against Solitov. BDS with a pretty confident round one as W7M rotate away, but John, I can't help but wonder, why did they not go for the connector wall? They could have very easily just taken the top of those lobby stairs. There was no one playing there from BDS. Just send a couple drones, see that it's clear, walk into meeting, and the Bandit can no longer trick.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. W7M just kind of hit a brick wall there and didn't know what to do. They could have just kind of walked around it, but that wasn't in their playbook, it seems.
Attackers
Like
need
you
to
mentioned,
locate
there
and defuse
was
as many
only
bombs
Bride by Con, so they could have had 2 people stack up from office and lobby. I think they were more concerned about losing their emphasis over by IT, but of course you can just rotate it back to there later once you get the comm wall opened up, and because they didn't clear out Con, Bride, along with his teammate by E-Box/Electrical, they can hold a crossfire into sight. That leaves the rest of his teammates on BDS to then focus on the Raptors position, which again, BDS already did a good job of just wasting some time, burning a little bit of utility, and then falling back to the comfort of the bomb site off of that Mira window too. So great job by BDS to just not overplay their hand or really overcomplicate anything. Just force W7M into those common choke points where they have utility already stacked up.
Now this becomes a much greater challenge though. Defending downstairs a tank assembly. If W7M are able to get the top 2 floors under their control without losing too many bodies, it is incredibly difficult to anchor on this site because the entirety of the floor above both assembly and I believe the, what's the other room? EXO? No, EXO's by the stairs. I can't remember what the other room is called, but...
What, Animus, the little tiny box?
No, not the tiny one. The one, like, if you're forward a little bit.
What is...
Not
yeah,
the bomb
this?
site. To the
Yeah.
right. To the right.
This is
Yeah,
Nano.
that
This
room.
is Nano.
Nano!
Nano.
See, I knew it was
There
something
you
like
go.
that. Anyway, the entirety of
Observer.
assembly and the entirety of the ceiling above Nano is fully destructible. And at that point, like, if you're shoved way off into tank, the breach is open, there's no way you're defending. Wow!
Bomb diffuser has been
Guys,
dropped.
3
Doc's
days
holding
back.
a key. I don't know if he ever really... G11, a weapon you typically see at mid-range tops. But he's making that thing like a sniper rifle. The rest of BDS still holding strong on this top floor. Leaky back
He gets away?
destroyed the drone, but just simply ran away. And Brady with another heater. He falls back down one of the several staircases, I believe the one by Cargo, and there goes Lobin, so almost no vertical left. They only have those boogie drones by Ram, which they've already utilized to a fair extent. And they, luckily the hatch was soft. I was gonna say, I don't think they have really any hard breach besides the thermite, so that could have been offered if it was left closed. Now the question is for W7M, the question here for W7M is, how are they gonna execute here? They've got a Logi Bomb and some flashes to work off of, but are they gonna sacrifice their thermite to rotate down below? I'm not so sure from the main breach.
Yeah, losing that buck. The Twitch, not so much, but losing that buck really hurts because, yes, the Ram can do a whole lot, but it's not nearly as flexible. It's not as nuanced as the buck. You just put it down and it goes in a straight line, and Bride is good for 3 kills. What can you do when this guy's floating? And he's looking for another, but finally his reign of terror is ended by Dash, but 35 seconds left. The last 2 W7M players are separated. They're on opposite sides of Tank, and Dash is very low. You can see BDS are watching his position like a hawk. Lickifag overexposes himself, though, and ends up going down. A trade attempt from the Mira, unsuccessful so far. Doe's taking a low HP. Shaiko and Usus finally lock down the round, and BDS are up 2-0.
Off the back of an incredible roam by Bride, you really can't discredit how good his mechanics are, especially in that round. 2 separate 1-for-1 gunfights, then falling off the roam. W7M, once again, just not able to remedy that early aggression. They weren't able to play for trades all too effectively. Don't get me wrong, I don't think they were really expecting to have Dots die like that in such a way, but you are holding that cutoff angle to watch these specific angles, so
Attackers need
just
to
didn't seem
locate
like he was
and
fully
defuse
prepared for
bombs.
someone to actually swing onto him, whilst the rest of W7M were still clearing out the map. Because like you mentioned, they lost one of their 2 primary vertical operators. It took way longer for W7M to flush out the rest of BDS, and they were forced to kind of just funnel into assembly room and kind of die to crossfires once again. BDS not only have had a lot of success in just their individual play style, but also working together, all with the same goal of just stopping that execute and kind of looking in the same two directions while having the man advantage too. It makes W7M's job practically impossible to come back.
Yeah, BDS have always had incredible teamwork, but again, I think that's what's so important about the Usis and Solotov pickup is that they're just, those two players are so much more aggressive than what BDS have had in the past, and with the shift in meta, you need that aggression and that teamwork on the aggression to all be able to push stuff at the same time. Now we have storage and control room, one of the rare sites and one of the rare kind of interactions that I'm a big fan of in Siege, where you can both attack and defend the site from above and below at the same time. And I think it's really interesting the way we see a lot of teams will obviously hold the very top floor. They'll have maybe one person actually in the bomb site, and the rest are split above and below, and it's up to the attack to figure out what they want to focus on more. Because a lot of times when we see attacks try to do too much on this site and take too much control, they end up falling flat. And if they take too little and try to rush their way into the site, or if they lose that initial 1v1 to the guy on the bomb site, then the round completely collapses. So it's a very, very intriguing site, I think, on this map. I think it's the most fun to watch on this map. And it looks like W7M right now, very spread out. They've got the IT breach open. They've got Vulps on the other side of the map. They've got the Deimos looking to lurk in from below. So they're pushing just about everywhere.
Yeah, however, not gaining a lot of map control besides in the basement, which BDS have chose to kind of avoid as of right now. Again, you have the Deathmark Stanner and both your weapons with plenty of self-destruction. You can maybe work your way below to kind of below some pseudo-verticality, get some opening picks, but the rest of BDS just really seem unbothered by this clear above from IT. Again, these Azami Kibas keeping Likafak pretty comfortable by the top of rafters, and W7M, I guess they're all waiting to bunch up and try to play into the bomb site through this open window, having the Deathmark tracker work their way from down below, but Shaiko expecting that swing after getting scanned. Dots is sleeping with the fishes. No more nanoswarms left here for Grim. And a lot of that space-making capabilities is now down the drain, but they will still attempt this plant, knowing that no one is working their way from down below. Volp's a beautiful kill in the Shaiko, holding this rotation, but the retake is in full effect by the Azami. Likafak, a big impact play, just barging his way through like he owns the place. But now BDS, they've got to worry about the vertical.
Presence known to this bandit. He just saw him, and Brid shuts him down. Bride, another beautiful kill, and BDS, another very well played round, but this time mainly off the back of the Azami of Likafak, holding down rafters like he lived there and coming down for the retake, killing both the players in sight.
Yeah, honestly, I might just be paying rent up there too. He's been in rafters, I think, every single round.
He's invested
in this series so far. Oh yeah. He's got plenty of stock on Nighthaven Labs. They've just been waiting to cash out, it seems. Timeout called here for W7M. They've not had a great start so far, obviously, on Nighthaven Labs. I gotta say, not only did Likafak have a lot of success there in the mid-round, trying to go for that retake, finding a double kill, but also Shaiko providing time for his teammates to then get into sight and go for a more effective retake. Not only that, we discussed the team play in round number 2, Harrison. It was very clear from BDS from the get-go, because of that Deimos playing down below, they had to deal with him first before they deal with the outside pressure. So instead of just having, two people playing above, trying to bait on the defuse, and the other two going down below to hunt them, no. They all hunt the guy down below in the basement and try to just fight him in a 4v1 fashion, and that only allows Deimos a 1-for-1 trade when you already have a staggering man advantage because of Shaiko.
Yeah, that was super unfortunate for the Dots right there, just getting caught with the Grim launcher in his hand. Nothing you could really do about that. And then, I mean, BDS putting all their stock into hunting that Deimos down. I love that play. I love it when defenders, because we see it all the time too, especially on maps like Bank, right? Where the plant will go down in the basement, and there's coverage from the hatch, and maybe 1 or 2 defenders try to hunt the guy in open area, and they both get killed. BDS sent the whole team on that guy. I love the commitment, again, because they knew they had the time, right? Even after they killed the demos, a whole 20 seconds left to rotate up and just kill the 1 player left. And now, we're back upstairs at Server's Command, but with a very different lineup. John, no more Mira, no more Azami. Instead, they've put more stock in traps with the Kapkan and Legion combo, and now they're going to have Solotov roaming down below on that Solus as well. So I love that BDS are going back to the same site, but still giving W7M a completely different look.
Like
10 seconds left.
Loading new magazine.
5 seconds insertion.
Reloading ammo.
Attacker's objective is to defuse the bomb.
back. So far, BDS flawless on their defensive path and no response just yet by W7M. Here's to hope that they can do a better job of clearing out the map, but BDS, they've been really making W7M work for this control, and like we both mentioned, now they're really emphasizing that point of W7M's inability to adapt by now trying to utilize the map to their fullest extent once again.
Absolutely. So now W7M, between Night Haven plays at a T1 level, they are 0 for 9 on their last 9 on attack. See if BDS trying to make it 0 for 10. Bride almost gets his head cut off by Volps on the Mav angle up top of the wall. But Bride is able to get away. This time, instead of the con wall being opened into the site, it's fully locked down thanks to those shock charges and the reinforcements on the wall. So despite there being more of a roam presence from BDS, the site anchor itself is a little bit closer to the chest.
Not having that mirror could be potentially problematic. But again, you've got plenty of C4 presence in this round as well, both Bride and Likifek. So far, some info gathered via the goo mine. Default cam destroyed in the Havana, not only creating an upward angle by the con wall, but also an entryway so they can try to get inside of the building, then pressure the bomb site close towards pillar. That's a pretty common plant spot if you want to have that main breach player with the diffuser rather than being over by IT, where Maverick currently is. Logi bomb called out. W7M may be anticipating there to still be a roam presence this late into the round. And this is just forcing more of a time waste and a resource cost by W7M when they could just be trying to prioritize the bomb site. Luckily, Dash has an incredible camera set up between 2 objectives. But again, the offense still on the hunt. Loban eventually catches Likifek off guard for his troubles, but they're down to 50 seconds, Harrison.
That is W7M's first opening pick of the match as well, and it's short-lived. Solotov with the equalizer on Dash. Hibana already done her job at the very least, so it's not the biggest loss in the world. Solotov still alive despite the shots coming through those Mav holes. BDS are starting to be forced back thanks to that Mav, but Scheiko looking to get aggressive. He's got the shotgun out, almost blinded, can't connect. Enough buckshot against the Maverick. Dots left low, Gumine still in his foot. The Warden looking to capitalize. Dodes hits a Kapkan trap, but down in the site, Solus is dead. All of a sudden, it's all up to Bride in a 1 versus 1. Up against Volps the Ash. 2 of his teammates down on the floor. C4 could potentially come out. Bride has repositioned in towards IT. Volps could be aware of it. Remember, they've got that drone in the bomb site. And Volps finishes off Bride thanks to the info that we saw earlier in that round still persisting. Solotov never spotting it, and W7M are on the board.
Thankfully, like you mentioned, off the back of that drone, it was a more fair fight for W7M in those last couple of moments during red time. But still, they didn't get con wall opened up, just trying to barrel their way in from both IT and electrical. It seemed like a major challenge for W7M, and imagine if they did not have that drone, what could have most likely happened, which was probably BDS winning that round, and despite the timeout, being flawless against W7M's attacks. That was still way too close for comfort, and it looked like although W7M wanted to clear out the bottom floor, it took so much time that they weren't able to get a full execute going underway because they still had to look for people like Likifek, who had only died in the final like 50 to 60 seconds of that round. And speaking of problems on the roam, we talked about basement. I mean, this is where Bride had a field day walking around with the SMG-11. and his teammates
10 seconds
were right
left.
behind him the whole time, and they were even allowed to fall back into the site. W7M have to do a better job of just working together to clear out this roam extension, or maybe ignoring it completely. I'm not too sure if they're going to opt for something like that because they still have Loban on the buck, so I imagine they'll clear out a little bit, but I'm really interested in knowing what they're going to use dots for here on the Blitz.
I think you're right. Probably to ignore the roam. They could just open the breach. Well, although they've got an ace, not a thermite.
Are they going to go for it anyways? Yeah, that's what confuses me. And again, Buck is there
Yeah,
with
I
the
guess.
pocket breach too. This is interesting.
And yeah, I guess it is a blitz roam clear. I would have to assume.
Attackers have located a bomb.
BDS are very stretched across the map. The web of influence has grown wider since the last time they defended tank. They've got a lot of utility dedicated towards the roam as well. Bringing a Solus this time. They did have a Mozzie and a mute. A Mozzie and a mute for Drone Denial last time. Now they've got the Solus and the mute. And they've also got Shaiko on a zombie who's found the opening pick. Dodes is dead. At the very least, he's already used his breach, but again, never want to lose the opening pick against a team like BDS.
And you can have impact at AK-12. Someone playing close off the blitz when they try to plant that diffuser, obviously holding an impactful angle down below, just kind of sitting there waiting for BDS to kind of walk into that open breach. Unbeknownst to them, there's still someone waiting. So regardless, that is a massive opening kill for BDS once again. W7M, final minute 20, still droning out this first floor. Solotov has not been cleared out from rafters. Leaky Beck is right next to him by the rafter staircase. And it looks like because that soul scanner, they have an inkling as to where W7M were trying to push from that position. And the use of the Kiba barriers to give away the intentions of W7M on this rotate. And Shaiko might even aggress against this swing, but the flash will push him away. And instead, he's now going to worry about a blitz.
Pushing in from his backside, but he just isolates the fight on Volps, who's caught with a flash in his hand. And now the blitz much less effective now that all the attackers are coming from the same direction. The feet getting lit up, the blitz very low now. A C4 will absolutely do him in. Loban is now dead. It's all up to the blitz, and Yuzu's finishes off the feet shots that Shaiko is feeding him earlier. Another really, really good round from BDS, up 4-1. Probably looking to make it 5-1 and closing the map out quick.
Question is, will they go into control or back towards command? Weren't for that drone, maybe BDS could have won that top floor bomb site. Instead, they opt for Kitchen. Wild card selection here with a clash as well. Maybe expecting W7M to go for kind of a Hail Mary play, and they just sit comfortably waiting by the objective, looking to counter this. Not the worst idea in the world. We saw Bliss pull off a similar stunt on Garage for Consulate. That flatlined LG's chances of winning more rounds on their attack. But again, for last round specifically, not only good team play by BDS to not give away any map control on that top floor, but also Shaiko. Very good decision making in a stressful environment. You've got that 1 versus 1 behind you from the Blitz, which if you give him too much map control, he will just close the gap and try to kill you, also flashing you while there's damage happening from the open breach. Or you've got the Maverick also flashing you. He eventually waits to swing against that Maverick who is isolated and use the Kiba barrier as cover for that engagement as well. And now you can basically just ignore the open breach and focus solely on that single door by the vending machine stairs, which he also had help again from his teammates. It's the same thing over and over again we've been highlighting by BDS, but they haven't really needed to change much in all honesty, Harrison.
Absolutely, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Right.
The clash, I'm really interested to see where Bride is playing. It looks like lobby? Ah, upstairs. Okay, so he's covering the stairs position, making sure that W7M can't get free control of meeting, because again, similarly to storage and control, much of this bomb site is destructible from above. The Glaz and Blitz might be looking to just take a shortcut right into the bomb site. C4 goes out, it'll miss. The Blitz has to be careful of these angles being watched. The Pulse can't land enough shots. In he comes, but Licky Back lights up his feet and kills him anyway. Dodes is the next to die. Loban is on the ground, and the rush has fallen flat on its face. It's now all up to Dash, who's just previously staring down a clash. Solotov gets dusted, but doesn't really matter. 4 more kills to go, and he doesn't even know Uzus is still upstairs. 3 more kills for Shaiko, and a 5-1 half for BDS.
And again, I think BDS were expecting that kind of rush play, so they had plenty of info provided in the bomb site with that cardiac sensor, not only good at stopping the vertical, but in that case, looking at the kitchen window and realizing, why are there 3 people outside of sight window? I wonder what they'll do. And he kills the spearhead. That's Blitz gone. And with there not being a lot of pressure to force back the 3 defenders up above, you already have that locked in too. So BDS not giving W7M any kind of room to breathe. That is a 5-1 split, almost a 6-0 split, down to a 1 versus 1 situation.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a really big ask here for W7M to even make this matchup close against BDS. And now the offense for BDS here, they're returning the favor. They're bringing out these annoying ops like Dokkaebi and Deimos here. Blitz in the hands of Solitov as well. It wouldn't shock me if they just try to go direct once again off those Logi bombs and a Deathmark tracker, maybe having Shaiko lurk from down below with the shotgun nade combination and that pistol at a 2-shot at most ranges. Oh, and they get off for that switch to Ace instead. Prioritizing hard breach, but I don't blame them. That's still not a bad thing to really focus on for this bomb site because there's so many angles you can open up with both the exothermic charge and the Ace Selmas that it might just be a little more powerful to have those areas opened up in case you need to rotate last minute.
Interesting that they opt for the Maverick here for Bride, despite there not being any anti-breach. So
yeah,
maybe a little bit of a waste of a pick expecting it, but even then you could bring something like an Ashe and just deny any sort of bandit trick from below because the Cade is banned. I feel like Maverick, again, maybe a little bit of a waste, but he's got flashes. You don't get the flashes with the Ashe, so I guess it is something a little bit different here. BDS already with the connector wall open, less than a minute. And Azami's already having to spend Kivas to try and protect her Omai, who's stuck in your IT breach, also gonna go down very, very early. Shaiko's got the track on the pulse too, so they can see, I believe, that Loben may have been playing below. I think he came back up. And yeah, he's looking to maybe go back down, but for now, sticking in the bomb site where pulse is much, much less effective.
Little safer, he can hang up that phone call, focus on other matters. There's a vert from down below, trying to flush out bolts here. He's got assistance by his teammate of Dash, but he is just gone, turned to dust by Bride's bullets. And not even the vertical. It's uses on an upside down rappel to kill this guy. Solitov joins in on the fun, and as the final Logi bomb rings out, that leaves only Loben and Dots left to pick up the broken pieces. Loben isolated inside of Electrical, hoping that no one will drone out this position in the final minute 10, that he can maybe find some sort of kill before backing away. That hatch is opened up too. He could even fall down below and play for that Nitro cell, but that would leave Dots very isolated here in a 1vx.
Getting targeted by the Deimos once again. Loben may as well be a dead man walking here. The double swing from BDS puts him in the dirt. The plant is going down from Bride. Dots lit up to 1 HP, finished off. A flawless round from BDS. The death spots in connector not working out at all for W7M. You saw it. They were like rats stuck in a corner. Quick peeking, John, like we saw the Omai doing. That's not what wins you games. What we just saw from BDS, that's what wins you maps. Covering every single possible angle before going for the flush out, and just nowhere for those players to move.
Yeah, they quite literally snuffed out W7M there. They spotted, okay, this guy, now that we have the wall opened up, he cannot leave Khan. Let's kill him. They put every bit of emphasis, every bit of stock into killing that guy. I thought even from having someone play down below, but it might have just been a cheeky angle that the Omai couldn't really counter properly. So that's your first opener. And I think it was, what, Loben who tried to re-aggress, or was it Loben or Dash who tried to swing out as a zombie? And that was shortly felled as well. BDS kind of realizing, Dash. Okay, all right. So BDS kind of realizing, okay, maybe someone's going to try to assist him. Let's just be weary that someone could re-aggress and we don't want to die for free. So that's a 5 versus 3. And then across the map, Solitov got a kill. So with a minute 10, BDS, instead of just flooding the bomb site and accidentally dying to someone that they had no info on, they take their time. They get a Deathmark track going on the isolated pulse. He's now gone. So it's Warden holding off against a 1v5 with multiple areas being attacked from. Yeah, you just don't win that. Incredible by BDS. Yep.
You know, the info on you, Dokubi call, Deimos scan,
Yeah, nope.
like someone floor banging you, 3 people, like a guy upside down rappel on the breach. Like, how much more uncomfortable could BDS possibly make like one single poor player? They threw everything at him. It was crazy. BDS are looking to end things quickly here. Up 6-1. I mean, at least up against Liquid, right? While W7M didn't win a single attacking round, they were still able to make it close. They went 5-1 on the defense. 5 in a row to start the half, but now starting with a loss and starting with what might be another opening death, but Volps fights back. Solotov now dead. The Twitch, not the worst loss in the world, but an important shift in momentum and a follow-up from Dash, even more important. Chaiko with a response. Loban is dead, but Bride is down, and W7M are looking to put themselves back in this game.
Chaiko, almost a catch there on a fadeaway kill. Not going to happen, though, so we're still at a 2-man advantage for W7M. Vertical being established by Leaky Effect, who recovers the diffuser. No, he just drops down. This could be a big play if W7M do not realize, but Dots is there at just the right moment to respond against that Hail Mary. There's at least something for W7M's troubles, but they've got to win 4 more rounds in a row, my mistake, to even confirm overtime as they are down 2-6 against BDS.
They're gonna have to go back to command at some point, unless they play Kitchen into their rotation. I don't know which I'd take at this point. They both sound pretty risky. At the very least, they get storage control, which tends to be a pretty good sight for the defense. They will defend it from below. They've got that Solus. They've got plenty of C4 presence. 4 of them. Everyone except the Solus has it. So be on the lookout for planned rotation points to fall back down to that basement. Once the execute phase comes out for BDS and they start setting up, we should see more and more of those defenders rotate downstairs to use those C4s off the information from the Solus. We don't see at least 1 C4 kill, and it's just chalk up the round to just utter failure.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Yeah, that would be a pretty poor success rate. Got 4 total. And then Solus, who is just, you know, almost a better version of Pulse, a more versatile point of that. BDS, they've got tons of opportunity here for Vertical. Leaky Effect and Chaiko in particular. You've got Maverick for the IT wall, so I imagine they put more stock into clearing out the top floor. And they already have info by the opposite side of the map. Maybe off this Logibomb call, they'll just try to push in.
Licky Fack already looking in the Aqua hallway, and the Mira relays the information too late to save Volps. At the very least, is able to get the refrag, but another potential kill. Solotov almost nabs it. The C4 misses, goes way wide. At W7M, just 30 seconds into the round, already feeling the pressure. Solotov comes off the angle at the wrong time and allows the Mira to slip through, but Dodes just completely ignores where the kill and where the shots just came from. Uses now a follow-up onto Loban. It's falling apart for W7M. The nade trying to force Dash off of the pillar. A follow-up to expose him even further. Perfect utility play from BDS. The C4 from Dots misses. We're 0 for 2 in attempts. And it's all up to him against a Deimos being constantly tracked, finally sitting on a jammer, but it doesn't matter. BDS wiped the floor with W7M on Labs, 7-2, and as our first team headed to the playoffs.
And again, off the back of some phenomenal team play too, might I add. They had info, there were 2 people Aqua overexposed and not protected by any coverage, so what do? They open the Aqua door and just send in the Hounds. They send in Leaky Effect to do some damage, and he gets 1. Solotov is right there on a cutoff angle to trade for the Mira, who just, I guess, had too much to be concerned with by IT to not turn around and kill Solotov, who almost traded him originally. And on top of that, like I just mentioned, the IT pressure that was also there. They now have nades and flashes being sent out to kill the guy Pillar. They weren't given opportunities to play as a team on that top floor. They were just systematically killed one after one after one. And then the round just finished along with the series.
Yeah, that was probably the best we've seen BDS play again since the major. That was an incredible map from them, and like what a way to start it too. Like that shot from Bride, the 3K he got, and then just continuing the dominance on the defense. The only round they lost, as we mentioned in the map, only round they lost on the defense, coming down to a 1v1 and a drone in the middle of the site that unfortunately Solotov just wasn't able to spot out. The retake, the one retake that BDS had to do was on point. I mean, it was just utter domination. I thought we were going to have pretty close games all the way through today. They've been not bad at all, but BDS looking to, I think they're really hungry for that three-peat.
Absolutely, and I think for any team now, they might just want to avoid Nighthaven Labs for BDS, since they are clearly formidable opponents on this map, which I was a little shocked about because, again, we talked about this during the pre-show before the match had started. BDS haven't really shown Nighthaven Labs. This is like their introduction to the map in quite some time, if ever, outside of scrims. So having them just completely wallop W7M like this, it really proves a point that they know what they're doing. But that still begs the question, like what map are you going to bring BDS to? Because they have a very open pool where they've had success, or at least a lot of close calls on several different maps.
They're positive. They have a positive win rate and a positive round differential on literally every single map. Previously, except Labs, because they'd never played it, and now they have a 7-2 win on their first ever play of Labs this year. So, like I said, right? What did I say at the beginning? Either they're gonna destroy them, or they're gonna suck. And intuition proved correct, right? BDS are not a team to bring you to a map for no reason. That was, I think, as soon as W7M realized, oh, they haven't played Labs yet. That should have, that was immediately a fear factor, right? So BDS now have a positive win rate and a positive round differential on every single map in the pool this year.
And now they are tied with the fastest game concluded so far in our group stage, which is 7-2, Liquid versus Talon, obviously. And I mean, at a pretty dominant showing, you really can't hide the fact that a 7-2 win is just dominant. I think the way that everybody played there just didn't give W7M a lot of options, to be frank.
No.
Like they seemed almost a little lost on Nighthaven Labs. And I think the impact of not having a Ying to help alleviate some of those problems on the attacking half made things really problematic those first 6 rounds.
Yeah, and another point of the utter dominance, nobody on BDS was negative. No one was even even. Everyone was straight up positive, even with, Chico 10-4, Bride 7-3, Usus was 8-3. It was just an incredible game all around, and hopefully we have another incredible game coming up soon. We have Team Bliss versus Team Liquid, both with very, very dominant showings in their previous games. 7-3 for Bliss over LG, and you just mentioned a 7-2 for Liquid over PSG Talon. And 2 more teams. Again, Bliss just getting better and better as they continue to play these LAN events. And Liquid, too, who had in, last year, I think it was, really struggling, like uncharacteristically. It was pretty odd to see in SI 2023. They finished like 13th through 16th. Earlier this year, even SI 9th through 12th, they finished 8th in the Brazilian League Stage 1, and then out of nowhere, 3rd and 4th at the Manchester Major. So they're also a team, just like W7M, looking to kind of get back on the horse and get back to the dominant form that we're used to seeing them in.
And with that being said, of course, you've hyped up the match quite a lot. It's just around the corner. We'll hop into a quick little break and return with Team Liquid versus the up-and-coming Team Bliss.
excited. Like, we're so happy that we qualified. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this tournament.
So what does this mean to your team, this tournament, Nesk?
Maybe it's a great tournament for us because in the last season we don't qualify for that. So it's a new chance, we have a new lineup. So for us, it's gonna be amazing to play here.
How excited are you all to show off the new lineup? I'm sure you all have been grinding.
Our lineup probably is like six months together right now. So we did well in the last major. So yeah, we're very happy. And I think like we can do great in this tournament. So let's see.
How do you think you all have been gelling? Like you said, it's been 6 months now.
Yeah.
So how have things come together since we last saw you?
We're getting better, like because like we have a lot of chemistry, like inside the server and outside. Like we're very friends. Like everyone likes each other. I think that's the most important things because like when you are so close to your teammates, like it's easier to work inside the server. So I'm really looking forward because I think we can do great.
Oh, I love the positivity. I don't want to be negative here, but we definitely need to address the elephant in the room. Y'all need a major win, for sure. Will this be the year?
Yeah, we hope so, but if we don't win, we don't have too much to think. We have a new lineup when we're saying just 6 months, so we need to work hard. And after that, I don't know what to say. I know I have a lot of people want to me and Paulo win the major, but for us, I don't know how to speak, but we know that we can win the major, but we are just working hard. I like to enjoy the moment. I like to have fun with my teammates, so for me, that is good.
Luminosity, do you feel any pressure? I mean, like, that's a big burden. You know, I feel like people look at your team and they have high expectations and they're like, where is this win?
Yeah, like playing for Liquid, like you has a lot of pressure, like especially in Brazil because we have the biggest crowd, like so yeah, we have a lot of pressure, but as Nesk was saying, like everything's gonna be like on time, you know, like if it's gonna to win like this tournament, it's okay, but if it's the next one, like we are happy to. So yeah, we are just enjoying the moment and working a lot to.
I do want to look back at Manchester a little bit. So major improvements were definitely made, but didn't quite pull it off, right? Looking back, what changes have you made?
O que não aconteceu lá, quais mudanças não rolaram lá.
Me ajuda aí, que eu não sei falar desse bagulho não.
Like I think on that tournament, like we were like probably just 4 months of lineup, so we need a little bit more chemistry. The thing that like needed on that tournament, like we needed to have a short journey. Like on that tournament, like we started playing on play-ins, like we won both matches, and then we go 0-2 on the Swiss stage. So we lost a lot of energy during the championship. And to like you reach the grand finals, you need to have a lot of energy. So we show a lot of intel about the maps. Like we played a lot of maps here in Brazil and on the tournament. So if we want to be champion one day, like we need to save a lot of energy. Like got a short journey like during the championship, and EWC is nice for that because it's only 5 days of championship. So yeah, I think that was the thing that like we miss on that tournament.
I don't think a lot of people get to hear a lot about your individual journey. So I wanted to ask you as a player specifically, how have you evolved and what did it start off like and how do you feel about where you're at now?
Como você evoluiu, como se sente jogando agora?
I feel very good when I'm playing now because I talked with them when I see me in 2018.
2018.
And against me right now, I feel so much better. Maybe it's the time I'm playing. I don't know how to speak and how to say, but maybe my dedication of the game bring me here.
And the experience too, right? Yeah. Do you look back on any experiences and you're like, that was like a changing moment for me, pivotal moment?
Maybe in the 6th Invitational Paris 2021. Maybe after that, I changed something inside of me.
What changed?
I like to compete, you know. I don't lost that energy, you know.
You felt some resiliency.
Yeah.
Like you were like, I want to play even more.
Yeah. I don't care about my age too, so I just want to compete and enjoy this moment because I know if maybe tomorrow can end it, so I need to enjoy all my life there.
And age is just a number.
Yeah.
Loginus, let's talk about your journey. Where did you start? How have you evolved? How do you feel about where you're at right now?
One nice thing to say is like my first international championship was on Paris 2021. So Nesk was playing like for long years and that was my first international experience. So since there, like I played on Team One, I won a major there, and then after I came to Team Liquid, and yeah, so like now we are working to win that championship like here on Liquid. So yeah, it's a long journey. Like probably if that there's a fun thing to say, like probably if I don't get injured, like I got injured, my dream was to become a tennis player, but I got injured, so I started playing video games. So now I'm here because of that, because it was a different journey. So yeah, that's it. That's some better things on our lives that like at the end of the journey like turns to be a good thing, and that was on my life what happened.
Everything happens for a reason,
Yeah.
right? I want to ask both of you, what are the ingredients for a solid squad? Like what makes a team the best of the best, in your opinion?
You need to have a good like environment. You need to have a good like day by day. Your teammates needs to be your friend. Like if they are not your real friends, like things don't go well. So yeah, we have that chemistry, and I think that's the most important thing that we have right now.
I agree with that. We spend a lot of time together, more than our family. So that become our family too, you know. So you have to have that great relationship with them. So that's, and I really like to say I enjoy the moment. I have fun a lot of this guy.
And in Brazil, like we live almost together. Like we live in the same building. So like as Nesk was saying, like sometimes we spend a lot of time, more time with our teammates than with our families, because like we live in different cities. So everyone lives in the same city, like playing together. So yeah, that's really important, and probably is our best strength.
What do you think opponents think of your team specifically? Like, what do they fear? What do they target?
So I think, in my opinion, what like teams think about us is probably about Nesk and Paulo, because they has been on the scene like forever. So I think they respect a lot them. In other side, like they see, oh, they never won a like super major champion. So yeah, I think there's these two opposite like points of view. So yeah, I don't know, like each point of view, like our enemy on that day is gonna like see. But yeah, we're a very strong team.
So you think people focus on you and Paulo?
Yeah.
Why?
Sure.
I mean, what do you think they think of you?
I don't know, just
Like you specifically, like.
yeah. I know them capable of to play in the game, so I think that is that kind of thing they think about me and Paulo.
Do you think that you're a formidable force? Do you think people fear you?
Yeah, I think that.
I think the numbers don't
Like
lie,
that,
right?
he's just like, yeah, they fear me. Sorry.
Like Nesk and Paulo has like one of the best numbers like on Siege scene, so that shows a lot. You know, like probably like 6 or 7 years playing, you were being so regular. That's very important.
What do you think they think of you?
Of me, I don't know. Like to be honest, I'm not like the best player, but I know I'm a good agile and a good communicator, like inside the server. So that's my strength. So probably like people outside our team don't see that I'm that good, but like inside the team, I know my importance.
So humble. I love that. What's the best moment in Siege for you personally?
For me, is the winning the Pro League on Atlantic City. So for me, that's what my best moments with the team.
Do you remember how that felt? Like what emotions you felt?
Yeah, I can feel the same emotion, because winning for me is everything. So when we win that title, it's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be recorded of my memories. So it's gonna be good.
So what is your ultimate goal? Like what do you want to achieve in the Siege scene?
Of course, we want to win everything, but if we didn't win, I just want to have a good career, a good friends, and I don't know, but just that, you know. Obviously, the winning is everything, but if you have a great friends, a good career, you are a good person, for me it's good. Obviously, playing every tournament, for me is a good career too, and winning something too.
Already doing pretty well, I'd say. What about you?
For me, like a good career, like we're asking. What's my opinion?
Ultimate goal, like
Ultimate
to
goal?
achieve
Okay,
in the Siege scene, yeah.
I probably like in this year is winning the Esports World Cup for sure, but like the ultimate goal is probably win a 6 Invitational one day. And yeah, another thing like adding what Nesk was saying, like for me, I think the happiness can't be measured only because like you win a tournament, you know, like as he was saying, like if you qualify for a tournament, like you need to be happy because like you are living that moment, like you are going to a new country, so that's very important.
So I think everybody thinks y'all are so cool, right? And they think you have a very glamorous job. What are the hardships that people don't see that you deal with?
For me, is to spend a lot of time with them and not with my daughter and my wife. So some people can see, it's easy to play, it's just playing, but we know it's not just playing. We have some difficulties in the way. So for me, it's spend a lot of time with them and not with my daughter and my wife. But now I speak with them, so it's good.
Yeah, for me, it's like staying away from my family. Like they are in another city because we are living in São Paulo and I'm from Curitiba. So yeah, that's a little bit sad, but we know like in our job, like we need to like stay with the team, and that's super important. And so yeah, staying away from the family probably is the worst thing on this career, but it's part of the journey.
How do you both deal with that? Like, what keeps you loving Siege? Like, how do you stay motivated?
For me, is have a good relationship with the teammates. That for me is really great because day by day we enjoy it, we are fun, we are laughing. So for me, that's the reason I'm still competing.
Playing here like makes my happy family too. Like they are so happy that like, oh, you qualify to another championship. Like they see all the matches. So even I'm a little bit sad because I'm far away from them, but like they are seeing me on the live streams and playing. So yeah, that's like my happiness, my happy make them happy. So that's very nice.
Aww, okay, we're out of time, unfortunately. I've been having so much fun, but the last question, anything that you want to say to the fans?
Quer falar alguma coisa? Fala aí, me importa a
fala
voz.
você.
Por quê?
Não, você fala, pessoal.
Sure, for us, we are going to work hard for that. Thank you for all the support, guys.
Yeah, for everyone that is cheering for Liquid, I thanks a lot for that. And yeah, as Nesk told you, like we are working a lot, and I hope to win this Esports World Cup. But let's see. Yeah, it will be a long journey.
And don't forget, buy the skin for Mute Liquid.
What a conclusion. Thank you so much for joining me. It's been a real honor and pleasure, and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back, everyone, to the fourth and final best of one for this stream. We have Team Bliss versus Team Liquid. One, a new Aussie team climbing the rankings. The other, a team that has not won an international event since 2018.
Been a very long journey for Team Liquid, always being a formidable opponent inside the Brazilian region, but only domestically have they made that first place position. It's almost the exact same story as Bliss, just for a longer or a shorter period of time, pardon, in comparison to Team Liquid's reign of terror, and also a completely different region as well. But one thing that has been kept the same between these two teams is their map selection so far. Both of them playing on Consulate in their first best of one matches here at the group stage, and both of them looking pretty dominant in their showing. You had the new up-and-coming team of PSG Talon, and Liquid stomped them pretty hard on that map. And the same thing can be said for Bliss up against LG, which that was the game we actually got to cast on the C stream, Harrison.
Yeah, and Bliss looked really, really good on Consulate. Team Liquid historically as well have kind of favored Consulate. Most recently, they beat Black Dragons domestically, actually in the qualifier for this tournament. The last time they won it internationally was at the Manchester Major, where they beat Scars in overtime 8-6. Team Liquid, of course, Nesk, the face of the franchise, at least in Siege, joined by Palu, Lagonis, Resets, and Maya, who actually comes from that old Team 1 or Los 1 roster with Dots, Dash, and Loban. Maya ended up joining Liquid, I believe, replacing Volps when he was on the team in Liquid. I believe, I think it was Parker in Taro that once said, Liquid are kind of always the bridesmaid, never the bride, right? They tend to place really, really well at events. They have the occasional slip up, but generally very, very well. But never winning it, right? The last international tournament that Team Liquid won was the Pro League Season 7 Finals on May 20th, 2018. Since then, they've had success at international events like in Copenhagen, right? Last year, they came second at the Jönköping Major. They came second at SI, what was it? SI 2021. They came second. They lost to NIP, but they've never been able to breach that threshold since way back when. That was, oh my goodness, that was 6 years ago.
Yeah, time really flies. They've still been a dominant team, don't get me wrong. You can make a pretty good point as to why you are, getting into these top 4, top 3 positions oh so often. Even now, the most current event, the Manchester Major, they placed 3rd. You go all the way back to Mexico Major, that was also 3rd. They ended up losing to Team 1, which was the team that won the whole major. And the same thing for Charlotte, where they got 4th and lost to DarkZero.
Same thing for Manchester.
So for the longest time, they've always been that bridesmaid team and not the actual bride. Even, despite the meta constantly changing, we haven't seen the exact same style of play since 2018, Harrison, yet this group always continues to adapt. And when it comes to adaptability, you can find a lot of that in Asia as well, highlighting Team Bliss today. We saw them up against LG. They were throwing everything but the kitchen sink at Luminosity in our second best of one series of the day, and everybody was performing their role so well on Consulate.
Yeah, they had almost similar to how we saw BDS playing, right? Where they would set all this stuff up and then they would push the guy out to ensure that the player they were targeting had absolutely nowhere to move. We saw a lot of that from Team Bliss on Consulate as well, and I really hope we get to see more. I always love rooting for all the APAC teams, the underdogs, but Team Bliss, they've got a really, really tough opponent. I don't believe these two teams have faced off against each other just yet. Yeah, they avoided each other in Manchester. They avoided each other at SI as well. So this will be the first time this year that Team Liquid and Bliss play each other. And I expect it to be pretty good. LG, though, again, newer team, don't necessarily have quite as much of that coordinated aggression that Team Liquid are known for, especially, with that Nesk-Palu duo. So hopefully Bliss are, what we saw against LG was not just a flash in the pan against a weaker team. I'm hoping that we see similar strengths against a much stronger opponent.
Yeah, a lot of what we talked about for Team Bliss's success on their first Consulate game against LG was being given the opportunity to set up early, making sure that no one was trying to flank or get aggressive in the round to stop someone who was isolated. They played off of each other and their utility very well and didn't give away a lot of map control for free against Luminosity. Now, of course, the big elephant in the room is, are we going to have Team Liquid and Team Bliss just not think about any other maps in play and just keep it the exact same thing off Consulate? It's very likely, given how one-sided both those games were in their favor. And yeah, that'll be what we see today. And like you mentioned, Harrison, these two teams have not faced off officially against one another. So maybe they're just going to a map saying, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, which funnily enough, we mentioned that during BDS versus W7M as well, where BDS just mopped the floor against W7M on Night Haven Labs. I'd like to think this game goes a lot faster. And for Bliss being the technical underdog of this situation, given Liquid's pedigree over the past couple of years, having them on the defense might be more beneficial, just so they get a good feel of how the tempo is supposed to play against an aggressive team like Liquid.
Yeah, I think also, capitalizing off the fact that teams probably didn't have time to VOD review the maps they just played in between games. A Goyo ban from Liquid. That's something we don't see all too often either, but we know how powerful the delay operators, every single one of them, is on Consulate, and especially with this map, 99% of the time coming down to doors and hallways. Goyo is an incredibly powerful operator here. And with Liquid starting on the attack, definitely makes sense that they want to get rid of him. And we saw Bliss just in the last game. Maybe they didn't have time to review the whole map, but maybe saw some of Bliss's attacks. They were very proficient with that ram. So Consulate, we get right into it. Round number 1, heading upstairs first. I also want to talk about the map bans real quick. For Bliss, definitely makes sense. Club, Border, Oregon, Chalet. Not big fans of Border. Definitely not big fans of Oregon. And of course, Club and Chalet being two of Liquid's most dominant maps. And Liquid banning Labs, Bank, Sky, and Cafe. Sky and Cafe are both super, super popular auto bans for Liquid. Same thing, honestly, with Bank. Not a map that they like going to very often. Which kind of begs the question, right? If Liquid have 3, like, almost perma auto bans, that puts the other team in a really good position to kind of control the ban phase. So I'm sure Bliss more than happy here to end up on Consulate.
Definitely. Again, one of the benefits of having a very wide variety of maps at your disposal is kind of having the map ban phase go on your terms. Obviously, when you are, oh, that's unfortunate. Both pocket EMPs missing the Cade Claw mid-sense there. That is unfortunate. Maybe it's down below or just put a little farther away on the wall to the sides rather than at the very top or down below. But regardless, yeah, when you have 3 maps, you kind of auto ban almost every single time. That does give more flexibility for your opponent to maybe pick something they are more comfortable with, which obviously could give them the upper hand. I feel like we talk a lot about Oregon, for example, where that's the great equalizer map. To an extent, you can maybe look at Consulate like that as well. It's one of the newer maps in the pool, despite being out for like about a year or 2 now. It's still a map that really anything could happen on, and it still can be very defensive-sided if teams struggle with that initial entryway in the map. But finally, at the minute 40 mark, speaking of that entryway, Ness will hop his way in through the admin rappel, get this triple wall opened up, but there seems to be no one playing behind there. And now he can utilize his Capital bolts along with the Grim Nano Bees, wielded by Maya. Maybe clear out some power positions. Vending machine in particular is always the biggest one to focus on when you have this extension.
Oh, big C4 from Brendo, though, to take Nesk off the board, and that is a crucial utility operator dead early. The Capital, smokes and firebolts now gone. At the very least, you still got the Grim to kind of shove people away from those power spots, but the Capital just makes it so much easier, especially for clearing that position behind the soda machine as well, locking down angles. No Amai on the board either. That would have been so useful, but Paulo, instead of just covering on the window, is going to send it on in, resets, getting the plant down, and it seems like Bliss have absolutely no idea. Now in a post plant 4 versus 5, and Liquid still have so many bodies left up that are just going to be able to sit outside these windows.
Tough retake position for Bliss, despite them having a 2-man advantage. Someone's gonna get in that case, but no one wants to be the first person in the line of sight here against Liquid. Run out attempted, but Paulu's there at the ready. Counter defuse being ticked away as Ami Kiva used to cover a line of sight, but it's dodged narrowly. Liquid still holding on. Beautiful shot by Reset, and the air jab! It catches the Warden Wedables. He's only good for one. Paulu another responsive trade, and there it is. Oda, in a Hail Mary attempt, will hop out the window, and Resets is there to greet him with a couple bullets via the SMG-11. And despite that admin clear backfiring against Team Bliss, they had no idea there was a plant going down across the map.
And despite the Amaru coming in, it's typically a very distinctive noise, but maybe, I couldn't tell, maybe Liquid had enough sound coverage to completely mask it, maybe between like the Rotero drones, and even when we had, sorry, not the Rotero drones, because the Flores was the one actively swinging in, so probably with Paulu flashing in through the, like the connector window, and jumping his way in, and then immediately getting out, maybe just as a distraction to allow that plant to go down, and either way, it worked. He very likely should have probably died there too. The fact that he was able to get out, I mean, that was just one more body for Liquid to win that trade game against Bliss. Had Paulu died on that initial entry into the bomb site, we could have seen a very different round, but Team Bliss giving up on that top floor after that pretty harsh loss there. Now going down onto the basement, we've got Vigil in play from Oda. One of the most aggressive and forward players we saw against LG. Oda did incredibly well for himself, and he's going to try and look to keep that same energy against Liquid.
Interestingly enough, I believe Vigil is actually banned in that game too, alongside Ying.
Yes.
So now we'll get to see Vigil in their prime environment here, playing all the way at the top floor, looking to deny those drones of direct information. You'll still have, of course, the little white blips that pop up on your screen and some audio cues to maybe detect the rough location of where Vigil is. Another thing to note, of course, there may not be a Lion in the match right now, but with Lion's pick rate going up a little bit, Vigil is also a direct counter to that, since you can run around while his scanner goes off and it does not detect you. But as of right now, it'll just be primary drones looking to search for this lone roamer up above. Yeah, I am really surprised that Liquid, although it looks like they want to have some emphasis on vertical because Maya is on the buck, they don't have any info operators to maybe help with this roam.
Especially with it being up against a Vigil Adokabi or something like that would be incredibly useful. And it's Brendo with the second opening kill in a row. This time taking down Maya, and John, that's the buck. That's the vertical operator. He's gone. And you only have one set of breaching charges from Thatcher. That is a crucial kill from Team Bliss. The only way that could have been better is if they killed the Thermite, but I'm sure they happily take that buck.
Absolutely. Nesk as well, low in HP, so he could be very vulnerable to a C4 from down below. There's two sets of them currently by Fisho Guy and Wedables. Not only that, you still, of course, have those pocket breaches, but it's going to be really taxing now, maybe not having those Capitao bolts for anything using the open breach. If you have the right lines of sight, you could still clear out Pillar, though, and if there is a Mira, obviously by Office, that's a good place for Capitao to play above to shut that down. That's not in play currently, though. It's going to really be up to Resets staying live because he's one of the only operators with a key piece of utility just to cut off sight lines. I mean, we saw Team Bliss utilizing those horizontal angles to their full advantage when Luminosity tried executing directly from that open breach, and they could do so once again, just this time not the Clash.
Here's the tuber out coming into play on that hatch. We'll see if it's able to, the Electroclaw is able to connect there. Another freeze coming out from Wedables just to ensure that this hatch stays closed for as long as possible. At the very least, the main breach has been opened by Leganis, and Nesk is looking to try and find a frag in order to work his way in, but Team Bliss, look at how passive they're playing, not giving Liquid any opportunities here, forcing the attack to make the first move, and Brendo will strike with his second kill of the round, and what an angle from downtown. Fisho Guy connects on Nest. The Capitao is dead. It's a 1v5 for Paulu. And Bliss answering back a really well-played round from Liquid with what could be, and it is a flawless of their own.
No response there from Team Liquid to once again stop these horizontal angles. Like you mentioned perfectly, Harrison, mid-round as Brendo was mid-entry against Maya, losing your buck just makes that defensive hold down below so much easier. And with those angles that are literally across the basement floor, you can stare at the open breach, and Liquid really don't have any response. The two Brow Zoto canisters stopping the hatch from being opened up until the very last moment of that round 2. It really forced just 2 entryways for Team Liquid because they didn't have a lurk by either bottom spiral or the single wall that's all the way near servers. They just pushed in from yellow and then had the breach presence, which was to attempt that plant. Once the diffuser was left alone in that open wall, they had no other option but to kind of walk in and pray that they would win these gunfights against Bliss, but they didn't even know what they were looking at. So I'm really glad for Team Bliss's sake that they did not opt to reattempt going council and instead went for a bomb site they were much more comfortable on.
Now we work our way on the piano, so continuing that rotation, not trying the same thing twice. And Liquid also not trying the same thing twice. They've got Blitz, Deimos, and Ying now coming out to try and attack piano. Plenty of upstairs influence from Bliss. They've even got the mirror window now set up there. They really want to hold on to this top floor because obviously they know how important it is if you want to sit down on that bomb site. So best opening kill they could probably ask for here, probably onto the Ying or on the Blitz. We'll see if Brendo continues to get active as he has so far this map. He's on the Warden, so maybe a little bit more passive. That roaming role might fall more into the lap of people like Oda and Wettables. We'll have to see. Liquid also droning out the basement, looking like they might want to push a couple players bottom up here.
Just checking to see if anyone's close by in this basement floor. Maybe if it's completely free, they could work their way up Visa, have a nice pinch perhaps, not just from the yellow staircase. And Palu obviously having a lot of info at his disposal with those death mark trackers on the floor being soft. That could be a great way to create space or just give the Blitz of Lagonis somebody to hunt down. From the bench window, there's Nesk opening up a new avenue into the bomb site and also just denying that position from being a safe even for Team Bliss. Ying still playing up above, maybe just gathering more info before barging their way in, or they'll even hold a cutoff of some sort. And Blitz by lobby, I imagine once again, yeah, Liquid are just looking for someone they can isolate here while the rest of their teammates hold cutoffs to make sure Lagonis does not get flanked or shut down easily.
Breaching charge is ready from Maya. Here come the Candelas from resets. Coming out on the top floor, likely to ensure that no one's going to be able to work the vertical as the Blitz charges his way into the bomb site. Now right in the thick of it, the mute official guy not blinded just yet, but the pistol comes out and Lagonis ADS's him down. Official guy is the first casualty, no response just yet, but as I say that, Wettables able to get one kill on Amaya, but resets, is running amok upstairs almost with a third. In the meantime, the plant has gone down. Thanks to Nesk. 3 versus 2, Liquid in the advantage in the post plant. Both Brendo and Sage still up top. They're gonna have to try and find some way down. It'll have to be either through these hatches or down the staircases, both of which are rather exposed. There's Brendo dead first, almost the other one. Sage persists with just 30 HP, has to go for a run out to check if anyone's outside, but just like that, he's detected, and Nesk has the cutoff. Liquid with a response and a retake of the lead.
And again, everyone having a job to fill there for Team Liquid, and they do so perfectly. Ash on the assistance to allow for Lagonis to barge in through that soft wall. And although the Blitz flash didn't work, because that Selma wall had been, activated by the back wall, that does allow for Blitz to only have to check piano side rather than Expo, and gives him a pretty straightforward one-for-one gunfight that he takes. That's the entirety of the bomb site now cleared out. And because you trust your teammate of resets to hold your vertical above, then the rest is just simple. You can plant that diffuser before Team Blitz is able to retake or downright stop the plant. So although Blitz died shortly after, he still did his job of clearing out the objective and getting that defuse so the rest of his teammates can deny the retake. Liquid even gave up that top floor because they realized with no one really playing on the bomb site, they don't have to play for vertical and die to another potential 1v1, which could give Liquid an advantage.
Absolutely. Great work from the Blitz, and now we see what Team Bliss did against LG, bringing out tellers and servers. Cheeky little electro cloud there.
Attackers are heading
Curiously
out
though, not bringing the same lineup that they had against LG, where they were rocking the pulse for that extra info. He is very obviously absent almost worryingly absent, but we'll see how this defense goes. They still do have plenty of C4.
Pretty big staple for these first floor objectives. Server and Teller, something that allowed Team Bliss to close their previous series on console at 7-3 against Luminosity. They're hoping they can find similar success just this time on the first half. It's like hacking. It seems like they're taking their sweet time, the offense, just making sure that Team Bliss aren't getting too hectic in the first minute, trying to establish this early map control, maybe waiting on an EMP for the single wall. Yep, that's exactly it. Now, obviously, you got to worry about this window you still have opened up. Don't want to get tunnel vision, but wow, Wedables just peeks the window and breaks that Selma charge. Once the EMP finishes to go off, that could still leave the wall intact, unless there was a second Selma that was deployed shortly after. Regardless, Liquid just trying to look for an entryway. No! That shot by Wedables allowed the Bandit battery to go off, so it's only an angle established by Liquid, not an entryway.
Yeah, and that's 2 Selmas used for just that little tiny hole. Not the kind of utility usage you want to see out of Liquid right now, but they might just end up barging their way in from backside and into Archives. They've got plenty of players here. There is a flank coming in from yellow, though. I just saw an orange outline. Oh, it's Brendo, and he's so close. What a shot! What a reaction on Demaya! And now the attack painfully aware of the flank, but he looks the wrong way. Just before he dies, there was a follow-up from Sage, though. So Bliss still hold the one-man advantage here in a 4 versus 3. Nesk down to below 30 HP as well. Lagon is staring at a castle barricade. As soon as he blows this open, Wedables is going to be aware, but he turns the wrong way! And Lagonis gets away with the kill. Oda still covering front door, finishes what little was left of Nesk, and now both of these Liquid players are left downstairs. The ace is the one with the case. Paulo trying to make his way through. Lights up Fisho guy. Able to stun him out of the corner. Sage solo as well. 4 players in this lobby currently playing paintball. Make that 3 with Lagonis still on full HP. 30 seconds left now, but it's far too risky to try and deal with that Kiva barrier with such low time, with how exposed he'd have to be. Lagonis now going for the plant upstairs. We still have no more C4 in play. Oda doesn't have it. It's going to have to be a retake up the stairs. Sage is wholly unsuccessful. And Oda's the last man standing. A player close to his right now. Seems like he's got a ping, but he can't land the shots just yet. Lagonis puts him in the dirt, and Liquid take a 3-1 lead.
What a recovery from the offense. Team Liquid, they weren't able to get that single wall opened up for 2 different pressure points, and instead they all worked their way down below through garage, which almost leads to a catastrophic flank that netted 2 potential kills for Brendo, but it was only the entry he succeeded in. Not only that, but you still have to worry about that top floor presence, so what do? They send Lagonis up above his ace to kill the guy in the open hatch, which is successful. Now they know the first floor is up for grabs, but they're still trying to hunt for more bodies down below. And with Oda not having that nitro cell and Palu killing the Kaid that was down below, Liquid realized they could just walk into sight from the first floor, which again was already cleared out by the ace, and they can plant the diffuser. They only have one direction they need to look at, and that is the stairs leading into the bomb site from servers going up into the teller's room, since they probably had some sort of flank watch on bottom spiral, or they simply would have heard it. Incredible recovery by Team Liquid. And once again, a good job isolating Team Bliss as well. They had 3 defenders downstairs in server, but only was the Cade exposed to Palu, so he took that 1-for-1 gunfight, and after his position was well known by the rest of Team Bliss, he just rotated it back of his teammate instead.
Yeah, that was a great rotation call from Liquid. Kind of also makes you wonder, what had Oda used his C4 on previously?
It wasn't for the breach, because Wettable shot that.
Yeah.
Maybe through the hatch or something.
Maybe.
Try to get a cheap
Either
kill.
way.
I'm not 100% sure.
Either way, that C4 could have been the round win and a tie game for Bliss, but instead he had used it earlier and didn't net anything. Now Bliss are going back to console, where all of this started with a Liquid win, thanks to a fast Amaru plant from Resets. Palu sacrificing, or maybe looking to sacrifice his life by flying through the con window, but ended up getting out anyway. No Amaru this time for Liquid, so we're not going to see her send it in through the window. We've still got the Grim, though. And we've got IQ this time, curiously enough. There is no Valkyrie on the board. No Solus or Pulse either. Kind of wonder what the IQ was for. Maybe like just in case of a Solus or a Pulse, because again, we did see Bliss rock that Pulse a lot in their match against LG, so it could just be a precaution. But for now, a little bit of a waste of a pick.
Well, the IQ at least detecting some utility that's
know where
in
the
the bomb
bomb is.
site. Yeah, true. You can never be too sure nowadays. You got all these new people in rank that just like to run across the map, reinforce everything as if it's one bomb site, and it's actually the polar opposite. We've seen that in Pro League, at least on Clubhouse a couple of times, maybe Oregon once. That's about it, though. We're not clearly seeing that right now, so we'll change the subject. And at least Liquid know that there is somewhat of an emphasis in terms of utility over by this council side of the map where Liquid found initial success, like you talked about. Bulletproof camera to figure out when exactly the offense is hopping in from that window. Palu tries to spot it with vertical, but because it's inside of a cabinet, you actually can't see it. Regardless, they'll still clear out this position, giving plenty of space for Liquid to hop in once they're ready. And a Logi Bomb going off as well. This could be the rally call for Liquid to start getting aggressive here. But once again, they're just waiting for everyone else to be ready. They're not going to jump the gun just yet.
I really like that Bulletproof cam being protected from below. Grim Bees do prompt a response from Fisho Guy, sending out his first gas canister. Now Leganis going for the plant. The second one comes out, forces the Nomad outside as Paula takes a little bit of damage, presumably through the floor, but it's resets with the opening pick. Sage is now dead. A follow-up onto the smoke, and now there's no more toxic gas canisters. This could be a free plant from Leganis. Brendo's going to try and do something about it, but he's got to back away because of the bees. 2 kills come in for Bliss, but 3 in response from Liquid, and it's now a 4-1 advantage for the Brazilians.
And although it was the exact same play that they had made last time, just not as, I guess, as aggressive as Flashy because there was no Amaru in play, it was the same idea. You clear out as much utility as you can before you commit to that plant. You get vertical down below so no one can shoot you from underneath the floorboards. They have to push you directly. And what's waiting around the corner? Someone on the upside down rappel, helping their teammate. And obviously, at any given moment, you can get off that defuse and also be gun up when required to, which the Nomad did a handful of times, but it was more or less just to dodge the Smoke's toxic babes, which again, like you mentioned during the round, once that was gone, that was the only piece of utility that they had to stop a plant because Warden couldn't really work his way around the corner to throw a nitro cell. He had to play from down below, and someone was guarding him from that hatch, which was opened up previously. So Liquid had all their bases covered. And with a direct take like that, it can be a lot easier to play as a team. So I am a little shocked that Team Bliss just didn't have as much utility as they might have wanted previously. And maybe that's why Liquid opted to ban the Goyo, is so they could do direct takes like that from Council and not have a lot to really worry about. Just the smoke for the most part, and maybe a Warden.
That does make a lot of sense. Also surprised that they didn't have any sort of C4 to respond there as well, because the only C4 they could have had, well, they could have had one on the Warden of Wettables, but I think he was rocking, I think he had barbed wire, and O to the mute was maybe just too far afield from the window. Now Bliss really need this round. It is do or die. If you're going down 1-5 in your consulate defense, your map is pretty much over. How defender-sided it tends to be. Wettables at the very least, he's got an opening C4 kill onto Palu and resets. Amaru's his way right into a frost mat. Maya and Leganis respond. Brendo at the very least able to refrag the Deimos, and Neska's on the floor. Leganis looking to pick up his teammate. Liquid put themselves now in a 2 versus 3 with one very lit up, and everybody from Team Bliss has backed off.
No utility here for Team Bliss to stop a plant if it were to be attempted. However, that's not what they're really concerned about. It's more or less Liquid closing this gap in the man advantage and literal map control. Unlucky timing there for Oda. Blitz detected. It's Leganis on full HP, pistol in hand, but not able to find a 1-for-1 just yet. Shot in the back, weakened up to 35 HP, and he's hoping someone overextends their hand here, but no one's really looking to tussle with him besides Brendo across the map. Not an advantageous position here, and because he's so low in HP, the impact grenade finishes him off. Oda, precise landing there with his secondary utility. That's Bliss at least a 2-4 split. but Liquid just looks so good on their attacks. I imagine they're really that upset about losing that round, considering how well they've done previously in that first half.
And for Bliss, this is not what you wanted coming into this game. Down 2-4 on your defense. Now you swap to the attacking side, which was very effective against LG. They looked good, but again, LG doesn't have quite the same credibility as Liquid does. Liquid are opting to go garage first. They'll be extending upstairs. They've got the castle in play as well. Plenty of delay tools with the Kiva barriers and castle barricades, Banshees, Legion mines. They're going full in on the time waste. And it's something we mentioned earlier, right when the day started, right? Bliss, like Geekay and like a lot of other inexperienced regions, have a tendency to stall out. And Liquid are fully playing into that.
It'll be very complicated. Also, no hard breach besides maybe pocket breach from Buck, for example. And maybe they'll want to do some sort of back take. I'm not really sure here for Team Bliss. It's Fish with a diffuser, so maybe they're hoping that the Visa hatch is like left soft, for example, and he jumps down. They try to go for a kitchen plant with some smokes. Doesn't seem like a terrible idea, but could be very, very tough to execute that correctly. So far, though, again, you've got a Sledge and Buck. Pretty obvious you want to focus on vertical here. So before they even think about executing, they'll have to clear out these roamers. With Liquid, have defenders all the way up inside of admin. Like you mentioned, Harrison, there's loads of utility to help assist them on this extension as well. Even Smoke, Maya is playing up here, so he could burn half a minute just by simply using his gadget and not even getting into a gunfight.
That's the power of Smoke, is the indirect denial you get with him. Azami, Nesk is Weddable's first target. Luckily, he's very far away, so probably doesn't have to deal with that right now. Might have to deal with another scan later, but he's pretty safe. Oda now working his way in. There was a defender who looked like on top Visa, but Oda, of course, very concerned. Yeah, there is one top Visa. About the Kiva barrier staring at him from down the hallway. Bliss right now, no one on drones. In fact, John, they've only got 2 left. This was also maybe a bit of a problem in their first game. Lack of info. They don't really have a lot of opportunity to gather anymore. Lagonis picks off Sage. Oda has no idea what he's walking into, but Fishogai and Brendo, once again, are able to get enough refrags to equalize things. 3 apiece. Hatch is now open thanks to Glaz. No more roamers, it looks like. Everyone now back down on the site. Oh no, except for Nesk. He's still upstairs. They've got no idea.
Unless there is some sort of death mark track that goes out, which again is Weddable's final piece of info utility. This could be a massive flank brewing up in the final 60 seconds. Another point to make, with Sage dying, that's your only hard breach. The hatch will remain shut this round unless it was opened up by the defense as an extension ploy. And Brendo trying to get aggressive, but there's a castle barricade there to say hello. So he'll be shut out of the bomb site as more verticals being done. Thankfully for Bliss's sake, the hatch was opened up by the defense, it seems, and that nade being too far away from the castle barricade, it will remain shut. And now there's only 1 grenade left, but here it is, that flank we were highlighting for Nesk. Spots 1 player isolated by yellow. That's Weddables on the Deimos, but he just backs away and tracks Azami. Now he's got pinpoint information as to where she's playing at and can maybe even try to go for a floor bang. Catches her on the hatch drop, and here comes the execute. Brendo pops in, shuts down Paulu, the smoke obscuring the vision of Lagonis. But he readjusts, and now he knows Deimos is off the bomb site. No diffuser in hand. With just 10 seconds left to go, he's got to drop the hatch up in hand, but he disengages. Wrapped around the pillar, pistol close quarters. What? It's Weddables to win it. On such little HP, Lagonis could not hold on, and Bliss are slowly closing the gap.
What a finish for Weddables. The kill on Nesk. The Azami just missing her chance upstairs, and Weddables made the right call, knowing that the push had to come through soon. Just ignored her. Don't go for the fight. Help your team on site. Go for the track. Then you know exactly when Azami's going to come down, and you can focus on the 3v2 versus the anchors, but Ness just gifted in the kill by dropping down the hatch. And Brendo, I guess Liquid were peeking the smoke. That's the only explanation I can think of. He should not have been allowed to get a kill there. Why are Liquid giving them the opportunity to come back in that round by peeking a smoke? And then at the very end, that was just a bit of unlucky timing for the castle for Lagonis. I think he tried swapping weapons to try and kill the Glass close on the shotgun, and then Glass dropped, and he got scared, and he panic swapped back, and of course, did not have the time to go through all those animations before the
10 seconds remaining.
before he was shut down.
Yep. Unfortunate.
5 seconds.
I was trying to think of the operator that killed him, and I just like drew a blank. The Deimos shut him down. How did I forget
Yes.
that?
Attacker's
That was
objective
crazy.
is to defuse a bomb.
This has been Weddable's option. This is
It has
it's like Skunky in Element 3. This is his home territory. Only we're gonna get that reference. That is T2NA for you. Seems to be just as successful here for Team Bliss. Oh, all right, nice. Great minds think alike, I suppose. Yeah. Team Liquid, of course, had the advantage there, but it was stolen from them by Team Bliss, albeit they're very happy about that, obviously. Fun.
Keep it active.
I'm
reloading.
Almost. Nonetheless. And it looks like Fisho Guy with a diffuser is outside council window, just scouring a bit of information with his primary gadget, hoping if someone overexposed themselves, he could die, or they could die quite easily. Maybe Team Bliss will opt for a similar plant strategy that Liquid went for on their attack, but so far there is no one to assist the Grim. Everyone's over by admin or out by a window.
Oda trying to deal with the Kiba barrier, as well as the first gas canister comes out from Lagonis. Nesk down to 8 HP. Probably the Sense. I think that was the DMR I heard. Or actually, no, Sense isn't even rocking the DMR. That was the Lion. That was Sage. Almost getting the opening pick. More ROU projectors coming out to try and pave the way for an execute, but it's resets with the opening pick. Maya, a quick follow-up. Paulo, another one, and the entire execute has been dealt with by a stalwart Liquid defense. Oda still trying to force his way through. Weddable's on the other side of the map. They've tried to isolate this guy behind the soda machine. It looks like they'll be able to get the kills, and Ness goes down, but it's only the very first kill. Now the second for Bliss as Lagonis dies. Palu and Maya, both very lit up. Less than 50 HP between the both of them. So this round is winnable as long as they can isolate these fights. Now the Warden has been tracked. He's the one who's on full right now. That's resets. Just on the other side of this hard wall from Oda. But he doesn't know there's someone tucked by the window. Quick refrag from Wedables. Deimos has been his operator. Can he find two more? Well, guess what? He's got two more marks. The Bandit first. One bullet from the revolver will put Maya down. It's up to the Warden to try and bait, which he almost does successfully, but Wedables survives. At least for now. But the time is running out. 10 seconds remaining. Resets on the other side of this wall. And Wedables turns the corner looking the wrong way. Liquid hold on to the round and increase their lead.
Yeah, not having anyone to back up that Grim, forfeiting diffuser control once he had died, left things in a very awkward position for Team Blitz. They had to basically just fully push against the wall. That was that vending machine shield. They had a lot of great utility with those, again, frag grenade.
Attackers need to locate and
They
defuse
did get their
bombs.
way towards Projector, but again, no diffuser control and a man's advantage. All that Liquid had to do was just play distance, essentially just keep
Attackers
away
have located the bomb.
against Team Blitz, and that's exactly what they did. Phenomenal trade game and lack of info, something you talked about a few rounds ago, Harrison, by Team Bliss. They've been struggling with knowing where Liquid's positioned at in these final 30 to 20 seconds. So a lack of info, plus their stall, which has happened now numerous times for their attack, it does lead to very disastrous executes where someone on Team Liquid is just simply hiding in a corner and waiting for Team Bliss to overexpose themselves. And that's what we saw, I think, in both gunfights that ended up leading to an almost 2 versus 2 position by Team Bliss, but they just, again, had no info. They're simply walking in blind.
It's Brendo's turn on the Deimos now. Weddable swaps to Twitch. This is where they have to be really, really careful of the Pulse and the Solus. Liquid also a team that uses the Pulse very effectively. We saw, I believe Nesk used to play that operator a whole lot. Right now, currently, it's Lagonis in charge of a heartbeat sensor. I thought he was about to shoot barricade. Just the hibs. I can't lie.
I think that would have been a first time for Pro League.
I saw him take it out and switch to the 2, and I was like, uh-oh.
Like, you know what? I don't need that. I got my gun for. Nice use of the Twitch drone. No more information left by Visa, so that could be a little bit easier to walk in through for Team Bliss. Obviously, they've got some presence over there with the Habana. Oda just double checking their corner since they are very much alone and vulnerable if they are unaware of someone's position. Logi bomb coming out. That call just about now ending, but that gives away the fact no one's playing up above in this round, so Team Bliss will take this map control without asking any further questions. And now they've got about 1:40 just to clear out some of these positions by, I believe, both Teller and servers. There's Wettables with the opening gunfight. Palu, your primary info provider besides Pulse, is gone, but what a retake from Liquid. 2 people stack up lobby single and just waste away Wettables. They've now got to reclaim lobby control, and Lagonis from down below. That's the diffuser. If there's a way someone else can assist Lagonis at holding this case, that could be match point confirmed for Liquid.
Maya exposes himself to the breach, and now it's 3-on-3. The Pulse now without a C4. Resets does still have his. Brendo alive on the Deimos, gathering info. Able to track one. But the track, I think he canceled it. He saw that the player that he tracked was downstairs and just gave up on it. He's looking for, see if there's anyone upstairs who's left for him to kill. Potentially find a pick. Resets is just on the other side of this staircase. He could be a very good target for this Deimos. Team Bliss don't know that just yet. Lagonis probably needs to rotate over soon to help for the C4, but instead he's going to try and retake from upstairs. Resets and Brendo end up trading. That's the only C4 left for the defense, now dead. The Pulse taking a heads-up gunfight. Sage takes out his only teammate. The plant has been completed by Oda. And Lagonis is stuck in the 1 versus 2 with Bliss, looking to make this only a 1-point advantage. Once again, they trade, and Team Bliss take it back to just a 1-point lead for Liquid.
And that could have been a very damaging round. That Nitro Cell kill from the Pulse, basically forfeiting diffuser control for Bliss. Thankfully, there was still the vertical coverage all the way up above. And that's the one benefit of having a buck over a sledge, is the range that Skeleton Key can provide. He was able to look all the way down from the second floor into the basement and secure that trade. They were able to get back that diffuser control. And again, with the death mark scanner, like you had mentioned, Harrison, realizing most, if not the entirety of the defense that was left alive was playing downstairs, they were able just to enter into the bomb site and get that diffuser put on the floor. Resets, unfortunately, not having a lot of info to work off of. He just went for a blind 1-for-1 gunfight. There's your only Nitro Cell down the drain. And then Liquid are forced to play for a very awkward retake where both defenders are very separate from one another. And Team Bliss used that to their advantage, taking 2-for-1 gunfights each time.
5 seconds to go.
They will now see Team Liquid, instead of opting to go in for server and tellers, they will instead play on the just sister bomb site. Kano and Expo. Team Bliss changing their lineup just slightly, now having more emphasis on the Brava. They'd be expecting some extra utility like the Malusi, for example, to be in play, but those Fenrir Dread Mines and even mute jammers plus default cameras can still be a pretty easy piece of utility for this Brava drone to sneak away and catch. And ooh, that bulletproof camera would have been really nice to have in the back pocket of Team Bliss.
I think they brought the Brava last round as well. We didn't really get to see too much come out of her. Look at this from Oda. He just completely missed Nesk. The gun was blocking him. The view model of the massive DMR just blocked Nesk. And Oda checked the corner too sharp. You almost never see that happen. I respect the aggressive attempt. Really want to catch Liquid off guard with that, but it was not to be. And now you've lost not just the opening pick, but you've lost your Lion.
Pretty much your only primary info op is now dead. No trade available too. That's been the really big question mark here, is why are Team Bliss so alone? When clearing out the map, it's not allowed them to trade as successfully as they've been able to in the past against teams like Luminosity, and that keeps Liquid in the advantage. Even though we saw Maya being dropped just moments ago, but there's Wettables, the saving grace of Team Bliss, but he's been thwarted as well by Palu. Close quarters with an SMG-11. Good info. Almost shuts down resets. The second swing will confirm it. Fisho guy getting the last couple bullets to put him down 6 feet under. Minute left to go, and there aren't a lot of options here for Team Bliss to try to execute, and there's still bulletproof cameras available. There's still dreadnought mines at the disposal of Team Liquid. Team Bliss have to set up a buddy system here and hope that someone's too far away to be traded on Team Liquid if they want to win this round and stop match point.
We keep talking about Bliss being very separated, but somehow they're still able to find the kills back anyway. Not the bandit, the Fenrir of Legonis, almost getting his head ripped off by the player by Jungle. 30 seconds remaining. Team Bliss are very worried about the possible verticality. They don't know if Palu is upstairs or not. And he ends up getting the kill on Fisho guy. Brendo is last alive, needs to take this 1v1 against the Fenrir first. Pre-fire is successful, but again, Palu is upstairs and can lord over these holes and just dare the A's to push in. Palu with the second from up top, and Liquid with match point.
Yeah, again, just unfortunate placement there for Team Bliss. Trying to over-accomplish a little too much. You mentioned that the surprise attack, I don't really hate Oda for that if you're trying to spot a gap, but I think he just went in with that information either way too old or just no information whatsoever. Huge problem. Again, especially because you're that Lion, you have flashes, you have grenades you can use. You have two other E1Ds. I think the only time we really saw Team Bliss in a coordinated effort try to clear somebody out was that Solus down below of resets. But he already found his 1-for-1 because Liquid still had that main advantage. Again, didn't really matter that he got traded. You have all this utility, you have all this vertical looking down between Piano and Expo. And Team Bliss just, they didn't know where to attack from to get into the bomb site. Someone had died above, that was Fisho guy. And it leaves only the Ace just checking empty corners. Really, really tough spot for Team Bliss, and that's because they lost 2 bodies in a minute.
Team Bliss, again, I mean, we just mentioned it, right? A few of these attacks, they've been super separated, but still able to find the kills back anyway? I mean, could you imagine what it was like if they just pushed together?
Yep. Or did a proper admin clear with the Lion rather than them hopping in. That could have been a lot more effective too.
Now we've got the Grim, we've got the Lion once again, we've got Ying as that wedge. See what Team Bliss are able to do in this round with Liquid again, bringing that really annoying Fenrir that Team Bliss were unable to deal with last round. Those dread mines really paying dividends. Opening nade, I believe making way for this Ying. The breaching charge now through. So they've got catering open. It's barricaded though, so as soon as they push in, Liquid are likely going to know about it. Legonis on drone. They see that he's the only person currently in the A site proper. Everyone else on Liquid is pushed way, way far back towards the other side of the map or downstairs.
Palu has that C4. If there's proper info from either Legonis in your box or a bulletproof camera, that could be an easy kill. You've got the Nomad of Brendo to worry about. Air jabs deployed so no one can lurk their way up the Visa staircase in towards the vending machine hallway. Ooh, close call for Maya. Gets behind that shield and the Kiba barrier just poofs in front of the face of Oda. He'll luckily be able to shoot that down in a couple of moments. Some critical shots soon to be landed. But a minute 30 in Team Bliss, it looks like they want to go for a projector execute. The only question is, how can Fisho guy comfortably get into the building? Looks like he'll utilize the Grim charges to assist. Brendo, perfect shot. That's vending machine cleared out, but again, there's still Palu waiting down below by Spiral. He could be a massive impact here with that C4.
Sage is down. I believe the C4's already been used. That's why Oda's so low HP. Trades come out, and we're at the 2 versus 2 with Oda so low 4 HP. A lot of the heavy lifting is going to have to be done by Brendo. The Frost just around the corner, gets his head ripped off. It's on Palu. He'll have to get a 2K once again if he wants this map in Liquid's pocket right here. 7-4. Plant going down from Brendo. Tight in the corner. But where's Oda? He's not covering just yet. Finally, he's at the doorway. Palu looks away at the wrong time, but the plant's not completed. And Oda's dead. Palu can play close with the shotgun, but the flash is perfect. Brendo can't swing, though. He's so afraid of this shotgun, as he should be. Tries to bait out this plant once again. SMG-11 is now in Palu's hands. Another bait attempt. Shotgun out now. Is Brendo going to be close enough?
15 seconds left.
Is the angle wide enough? Brendo's going to be forced to push in, and Palu dusts him. Brendo on the ground, and the map in Liquid's pocket. 7-4.
The most clinical 1v1 I think we have seen all morning, Harrison, followed up by another crucial kill and fatal error by the Lion. Palu will punish for that. And Nomad kind of realizing their own fate has been sealed because they have to push out Palu, who's close quarters with a shotgun. That flash was perfect, like you mentioned, Harrison, but the fact of the matter is because Palu swung out, Brendu got a little worried that the flash would not go off in time, so he backs off, and the flash deteriorates because of that. Now you've got no more utility, no more flashes. You've got no more air jabs to push out Palu. You have to fight him on his own terms, and there's no other safe place for you to plant that diffuser either. You're just kind of a sitting duck asking to be shot, and Brendo kind of realized, well, I gotta fight this guy close quarters, which is where you want to be as a mute with a shotgun SMG-11 combo.
Absolutely. That was the perfect range for Palu to play. Like you said, the fatal error that round. I mean, the trades were on point from Bliss, and Brendo got the one-man advantage they needed, but the earlier C4 from Palu, too, really working in his favor. Only one bullet from one of the fastest firing weapons in the game was enough to put down the Lion, who overswung. And I don't really know why you go for the double swing in that position. We talk about it time and time again. When you're in a position like that, Palu has to swing the planter. Play passive, wait till he swings. It doesn't matter if Brendo dies if you get his trade. Bait your planter. Play off the contact. Palu cannot look at two angles at once, but the Lion overcommitted because Brendo wanted to go for the double swing instead of sticking, and like you said, ends up being a fatal mistake. Maybe Brendo would have had a chance if he went over to the other bomb site, tried to play the long angle on the window, because it would have taken way too long for Palu to like wrap around to get to the close side from like Baguette or from Connector. But I think maybe the pressure was just on and Brendo had to make a decision, and he ended up taking the wrong side of a 50-50. So Team Liquid looking really good. Team Bliss got a couple of them over, but for the majority of that match, it was Team Liquid in control. And I mean, looking at this bracket, who would have thunk, right? BDS and Liquid, first two teams qualified to playoffs.
Yeah, that's just crazy. Never would have seen that one coming. BDS, the reigning champs of EWC, formerly Gamers 8, and Team Liquid, again, that top four Brazilian Goliath, I guess. They've been a giant for several years, and sure, they have just fallen short a couple of times, but they've still been consistent enough to get to these same positions. And clearly, it's just another day at the office. Team Bliss now moved down into the semifinals. They'll be facing off against either Team Cruelty or SSG, whomever wins that matchup. The same thing can be said for W7M, except it's between Luminosity Gaming and Talent Esports. Both these teams, facing off on Consulate when they had their original best of one matches. Not too sure if they'll go there again, given how one-sided both their losses were.
And over in the other group, we have a bit of a score update. Bleed taking down Wolves, one of the most consistent teams in EU. Bleed winning that 7-4 on Labs. Another Labs game, John. And FaZe Clan winning against Scars. And this was also 7-4. So honestly, pretty close from Scars against, again, like a top world, meaning our lower. And then EU MENA matchup. And of course, so one of these 8 teams between Cruelty, SSG, LG Talon, and then these 4, half of these teams, they'll be gone by the end of today.
Yeah, it's really crazy to think that, some of these teams from the Asian region are already so low inside a lower bracket, they're always one of the most enjoyable teams to watch. I think Bliss really highlighted how well a team for the APAC region can play because they're so willing just to be flexible against any kind of team. But Liquid really constricted them, and I think they took full advantage of the fact they already had, you know, a pre-match warm-up basically on Consulate, and maybe even had a little bit of book work against Team Bliss because of that Goyo ban again. You rarely see that in play. I'm actually going to look to see if they had that banned against Talon. They did, so it's a staple ban pick for Team Liquid, and again, that's probably to facilitate that fast play style on the attack because Goyo is such a consistent stall op on that map. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and of course, they last longer than the smoke, too. So, obviously, you know, if you're choosing one or the other, you go with the Goyo because there's more of them. They last longer. I think, what is it, 20, 25 seconds each?
Yep.
And he gets 4. So, yeah, banning him over the smoke. We do see teams sometimes ban smoke for a similar thing. But, yeah, the Goyo, really, really good operator on Consulate all around. But, yeah, Team Liquid moving on to playoffs, them and BDS. And do we have any from the other bracket move on to playoffs yet? I don't think so.
No, I think we're still waiting.
I think they have yet to play.
Yep. We are still waiting on DarkZero Fury to finish up. Bleed and FaZe Clan has not started. That will go on in the next 2 hours. So we are still here just waiting for matches to continue, Harrison.
All right. Well, John, that is our 4 best of ones now completed. So that's going to be it for Stream C. I think we'll be back on the second stream for a BO3 later today. But as far as Stream C goes, I have been Harrison. This has been John. Thank you so much for joining us on the tertiary stream, and we'll see you guys in a couple hours for one of those best of 3s on the secondary. So have a great night. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you soon.
adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch and grease. Gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.